Ready to begin, and I'd like to welcome everyone to the meeting of the Canyons Board of Education. Today is January 19th, 2021, and we are meeting at the district office located at 9361 South, 300 East in Sandy, Utah. And we will begin our meeting with the study session portion of the meeting. And the first item is the board committee assignments. So board, this is something that we take some time in our meeting every 2 years to go over our committee assignments. And I just want to state to each of you, thank you for the work that you do on these committees. Committees are very important. We have the committees or outside organizations, which we have a seat on and representation in the larger community, as well as our internal board committees. And these committees are so important because they help the full board to accomplish the work that we set out to do. So for this discussion, I will quickly review each of those committees, and then we'll go back and we'll talk about who has been serving on those committees and who may be interested in serving on those committees moving forward. Okay. All right. So first we'll talk about outside organizations. We have, as a board, a seat on the Canyons Education Foundation, and the board member attends the foundation board at their monthly meeting, and it is a non-voting ex officio position, and that has been very good partnership between the board and the Education Foundation. The Salt Lake County Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, and Canyons has a voting position on this board, and they usually meet monthly at the county offices. Is that not true? Has that been changed? Okay, still monthly, but I was just going to say, I'm sure there are some alterations currently as far as the actual meeting format, but they still meet regularly. And this advisory board discusses and advises the county on matters and programs of the County Parks and Recreation Department. And then Utah School Boards Association, we have a seat on the board of directors. And then we also have the opportunity to send 2 delegates to the delegate assembly, which the delegates are those representatives from all the districts throughout the state that make a final approval for the legislative priorities of the association. And then previously, we've had a seat on an organization in Draper called Cities That Care, but at this point, we feel like it's probably not currently meeting to the best of our understanding at this point. And then relatively recently, the Point Development Advisory Group was formed, and they invited us to send a representative to that group to help discuss the development of the area that will be vacated when the state prison is relocated. And just as a reminder, the entirety of the state prison property is located within the boundaries of Canyon School District. And like I said, that was a relatively new group that was just formed. So those are the outside organizations that we have a seat on. Now our board committees, we have the audit committee, and this is something that is required by state statute. And the committee oversees the district financial records and audits, and they meet about 2 to 3 times per year and then present the report of their meeting to the full board. The policy committee began about 6.5 years ago with the task of reviewing and revising the board policy manual. The committee, in most years, has met once or twice a month and discusses and prepares policy revisions and recommendations to the full board and brings them to the board. This, like with many things with COVID, that committee has not been meeting during last spring or so far this year. And then there's the Long Range Planning Committee. The committee studies the facilities, programs, enrollments of schools to make recommendations to the board regarding the efficiency and effectiveness of those facilities and programs. The Arts Consortium meets 3 to 4 times a year and meets in conjunction with ISD arts specialists, teachers, and community leaders. And they advocate for all forms of the arts in the district. The RDA-CDA committee meets as needed if one of our municipal partners, entities within the Canyons District area is putting together development plans, then they will meet with this committee first, and the committee will have conversation with them to make sure that they're aware of the policy that the board has adopted. And then from that point, when the presentation is ready, then it comes to the full board. Vision, Mission, Values, Goals Committee. This is something that was set up 5 or so years ago. And when the board revisited the mission statement and added a vision statement, some indicators and targets. And I will say right now that I'm going to recommend that we put this committee on hold until after our roundtable discussion. And 2020 was going to be the year that the board was going to revisit this work, the vision and mission and strategic plan of the district. And because it didn't happen last year, we're hopeful that we can get it underway this year. And then Incident Command, that is a committee that meets regularly. I'm not sure how often, if it's monthly or bi-monthly, as an advisory to the administration regarding safety programs within the district. And then they will report to the board if there are recommendations that for the board to approve. And then the calendar committee, we have a couple of board members that have been sitting on the calendar committee, which develops the school year calendars according to the guidelines that the board has approved. And then they bring those calendars to the board for approval in the fall. The Health Curriculum Committee. Oh, I skipped one, Dual Language Immersion Committee. And this was a committee that was formed as an advisory to the administration regarding the dual language immersion program in the district. And it's my understanding that that committee is not currently meeting. So I believe the task that they were assigned has been completed and their recommendations have been presented to the board and are now with the board. So let's see, we did calendar, Health Curriculum Committee. This is a committee that is required by state to have, every district should have this committee and have board representation on the committee. And they review and make recommendations for adoption of health curriculum and resources in the district. And but this is a separate committee from the administration's regular curriculum review committee. And then finally on the list is the Equity Committee. And as you are aware, this committee was recently formed to work with the administration to identify and develop ways to increase equity and opportunity for all in the district. So as you can see, that's a lot of work that goes on through our committees by the board. And Anyone have questions on any of those? If so, when we go through the list again, we can,
I have a question,
yes.
question and comment. So a few years back, we only had 2 people sitting on all these committees. We did not, I don't remember having 3, but as
Mhm.
time has happened, we've added 3. Because I remember Steve and I were the only 2 on the art committee at one point, and I think we were the only 2 on the incident command committee too. And so I would like to, I don't know, propose that we think about or talk about maybe going back to 2 people on the committee is one. Because I don't think we need 3 people sitting at the art table with 3 other people. I just don't think that is necessary. So that's one thought. The other one was that we should be bringing back information when we have these committee meetings and sharing them out. And our comments at the end of our board meetings have been more towards other things than a committee report. And so even though it says on our minutes, we're going to give reports back, I don't think we report back about our committees quite enough, just a thought.
Okay.
And then the third one is, I know this is really dumb, but it's not dumb. It was just what I was doing today. So I think we need to like maybe kind of share out the committees a little better, because Mont wins right now with 10 spots on the committees. And then there's some of us that only have 3. And I know some of that is because I work all day. So there's times I can't go to committees during the day because I work. And so if we can maybe align some of those committees to help with us working, I know that also our cabinet and our employees work too. But I think our contract hour, and I was going to talk to the superintendent, the contract hours for the people at the district office is from 8 to 5 or 8 to 4. I didn't know. Okay. So so maybe some of those committees could be held instead of 9 o'clock every morning on Monday at maybe 4 o'clock or 4:30. So the people who do work on the board could participate in some of those positions. Because in the past, truly, I could only attend 2 of those meetings. And that was because Incident Command changed theirs to adapt to me. And the other one was an art committee that was left at the end of the year. I mean, left at the evening time so that we could get there. So I don't sure. I know that's a lot of questions. So let me just say, maybe 2 people per committee. See if we can balance them out a little more so that there's not some holding 10 places on committees and other people holding only 3 or 2. Maybe, I don't know, adapt what time those committees are held. I don't know if we have control over that or that's just total control at the district level. I think those were my 3 main thoughts.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any other comments, just general comments on it? Mr. Wrigley?
Yeah, I think some of these, like the calendar committee usually eats later on. The audit committee can meet usually in the evenings or the early afternoons. Um, what other ones? The arts is the evenings. The health curriculum, that's usually during the day because it involves a bunch of teachers and stuff. Um, it's very seldom, once or twice a year.
So later afternoon.
Instant command, I don't know. I guess that's what we can do in the day. REAs and CDAs, I don't know why they'd have to meet really close, or it could be not meet in the afternoon. So yeah, I think some of these could probably be moved later.
Okay, thank you. I will dare to say, as I'm looking at the superintendent, that we could arrange meeting times for what's convenient for the board members that are assigned to the committee. Okay. Okay, thank
Nancy?
you. Thank you. Mrs. Oaks.
With that said, I mean, I think some of these like USBA, those are set times that we can't really negotiate, right?
Right. I think we're talking about our internal board
Awesome.
committees. Yeah. Okay, thank you. And um, so, yeah, and thank you for the reminder, Clarine, about the bringing back the reports. That's always a good reminder. Sometimes the committees report when it's an actual agenda item rather than at the end of the meeting. So, but I think it's a really good reminder for each of us to prepare at a board meeting to give a report if a committee is met, but it's not on the agenda as a separate item. And then let's see, 2 or 3 board members. I mean, there is kind of a mix on the committees as far as 2 or 3 board members. I know my experience with the policy committee, we've always had 3 members on that one. But I think board, we can just decide what we're comfortable and good with on that as well. And then balancing them out. Let's keep that in mind as we discuss the assignments. Okay. Okay, so Canyons Education Foundation, that position has, Mont has represented us on the foundation for the last little while. Do you have anything to say about that committee?
You know, the committee assignments that I have, I consider that to be the plum assignment, and I really would not want to give that up.
Okay.
Mhm. And you know, it's they meet the monthly we meet, or just whenever it pops up on my calendar. It's a great organization. I think they do a lot to you know, help with education district wide, and they're very, very concerned to make sure that those that are in need have their needs met. And you know, my history goes back with the foundation probably farther back than anybody that's on the board now, because I was instrumental in the creation of that. And so that's one that I would really like to stay with. If you want to take the audit committee away from me, go ahead.
That's true. You're not getting away from the other.
I think
Okay.
Mutually inclusive, right?
Okay. So, okay. So oops, is anyone else interested in the Education Foundation?
Oh, gosh, I'll
Okay.
keep it then.
Okay. It's the 7 a.m. meetings that gets me.
You know, the early morning meetings are not that bad, especially with when they've been Zoom meetings, because you can remote in from home and or from wherever you may be. And so that's been nice, but I have missed the interaction that come from the board members of the foundation committee. It's a great group of people and very, very concerned to make sure that things with the district go well as far as education is concerned.
Thank you. Salt Lake County Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. And this is another one that Mont has been representing on. Anyone interested in that one? Mont, will you please help us understand, is the meeting usually midday or?
The meetings usually go from 11:30 to about 1 o'clock. They're an hour and a half long meetings. You know, as far as the school district is concerned, there's a lot of cooperation, give and take, that go back and forth as far as what they can do to help us, what we can do to help them. A lot of the, you know, I don't know how much they're functioning now, but a lot of the athletic programs in the county use our facilities. Oftentimes we use their facilities for things we need to do. Again, I've only been on this for the last 2 years. Um, and I'm happy to continue there. I've got some ulterior motives as to why I'd like to stay, none of which needs to be discussed over an open mic.
Okay, is there interest from other board members on this position? And it's a great group. I have several years ago, I substituted for the board member that was at that time representing us, and it is it's a great group. And anyone else interested? Okay. Mhm.
And can I say something, Mont? I appreciate that you're willing to serve on 10 committees. Actually, it's a lot of time. It's not like this is any slouch. And so yeah, it takes a lot of time and effort and commitment. So while you serve on more than I do, I appreciate the effort.
Thank you.
Okay,
Yes, me too. Thank you.
thank you. All right. The USBA, so Mont is our representative there as well. And then USBA this year will not ask for our selection of delegates until later in the spring. But I would just be interested in hearing who on the board might be interested in serving as a delegate. And the delegate assembly meets around the third weekend of August is usually the scheduled time for that. And we can have 2 delegates and 2 alternates.
I am interested in being a delegate for that.
Okay. Anyone else at this
Maureen, you
point?
said
And
that, does that work for you or not?
Yeah, I would love to continue doing it. I feel like it's been really rewarding. And just to clarify too, whoever serves as a delegate is also expected to come up to the legislature during the legislative session every Friday, right? When it's a non-COVID year. No, that's not the expectation.
no, so the
Okay.
delegate.
Oh, the JLC. Okay, gotcha.
Mhm.
Yes, the
I mean, they're
JLC
welcome. They're welcome to attend.
Okay.
but-
So it's whoever is serving on the JLC that's the time expectation and commitment. Okay.
And according to the USBA bylaws, that JLC position is held, or the responsibility of the director for that region to either participate themselves or delegate that participation.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You're right. Right. And I would like to continue as a delegate as well. I feel like being the director for representing our district would make sense that I'm there. Amanda does the legislative end of it, and so I think it makes a lot of sense that Amanda be a delegate as well.
Okay,
But that means then Holly can't, right? We only get 2 positions.
so
And
I can tell you how it gets a little bit more complicated, but I might solve that problem.
okay, well, I was going to say I would like to do that too. So
Okay.
then I'll just make
Okay.
it more complicated.
Okay. So, and we don't need to finalize this at all right now, but how it works is we get 2 delegates, and then every district can send a representative of the district. So in total, we can send 3 people.
And just let me remind you guys, the last several years, like last year, we only had 3 of us there. Like everyone was out of town. I mean, so it may just depend on who's in town. Basically, that's kind of how it's ended up. So
Okay, but thank you for expressing your interest on that one. And so the Point Development Advisory Group, Amanda, would you like to just, because this is a brand new one, do you want to just give us a brief
Sure.
report of what this all entails?
So the Point Development Group started, actually, I think it's been a couple years that they've already been meeting. And a big shout out to Susan and Charlie, who have really been trying to make some inroads and making sure that we have K-12 education represented. the meeting that they had as soon as I was appointed, it became very clear to me that they need representation for sure. And so I've been trying to get off to the races on that and have some additional meetings individually with some of the people, both with Alan Matheson, who oversees the entire project, and as well as others, to try and help them understand some of the interests that K-12 is going to have, and the fact that we have the capacity to be innovative, because a lot of the discussions that are being had, particularly on the education committee, which is not what I've been assigned to yet, but I would love to see someone from K-12 assigned there. They have very distinct ideas about what kind of innovation they'd like to see happen. And so in the process of all of this, and Nancy and I had a conversation this week, and I wanted to update everybody on it. Some of what I've been looking at and wanted to get a pulse from everyone and see if you guys are interested in kind of pursuing this direction is considering the fact particularly that we're going to have very limited real estate in such an expensive area. And all of the land, by the way, is owned by the state. It's not owned by the city. So that makes for very different tax consequences when you are trying to pay for public ed. And that's one of the pieces of representation that really needs to be spoken of in those committees. But the other is, because we're going to have a limited size, everyone has made it very clear that we're going to have to consider a different kind of school situation than what we've traditionally had. You can't have a football stadium, or any stadium for that matter, out on that kind of land. And so some of what we've discussed, and Alan got excited about some of these ideas, was the concept of having something more akin to an early college high school with a tech emphasis, and particularly in light of how many Silicon Slopes companies they are hoping to attract to the area. We'd really like to utilize something where we can have partnerships with them, especially since there's going to be a university research park in the area. So there are some models of these types of high schools that exist throughout the country. They're very successful. The data attached to them is amazing. And particularly when we're talking about serving underserved populations. And so that was something I wanted to bring up with all of you as a group and see whether or not you're interested. I don't ever want to go to those committee meetings and represent something that our district's interested in when the board hasn't come to a consensus on that. But it does make that role a little bit tricky when I don't know what to hold out at what we can offer as far as innovation is concerned if we haven't had that conversation, if that makes sense.
So right now we're,
Mrs. Arnold?
yeah, so right now we're discussing just the committees. So that's probably a discussion item we really do need to have though. But I just would like to leave Amanda on there because she has been on there. She's invited to be there. And we had this discussion, I don't know, not long ago about leaving her there and all the reasons why. But if she's willing to stay there, I'd like her to stay there.
Yes, Mrs. Nybar.
I think it is important for Amanda to be there as she's built the relationships. I'm wondering if at all possible they would accept a second member of the board, simply because that area is actually my district. And I've spoken to several of my constituents there in the West Draper area. And, they have a lot of opinions and concerns kind of about the boundaries and where their kids are going to. And I've had those conversations and would really like to feel like I can represent them as best as I can. And with that update that Amanda gave, I have some thoughts as far as the families that live there and how they would feel about some things. So I don't know if that's possible, but it might be nice to have both of us there so that I can represent those people as well.
It's my understanding that this invitation was extended to one board member, and in regards to like boundaries and schools, this group would not have any discussion of that. All of that would be held within our board. All of that discussion would be held.
That's true.
with our board.
With that said, I mean, I am totally open about the fact that one of my priorities is trying to make sure that we do start to open up and have more conversations with K-12. From some of the people that served early on in those committees, when I've talked to them about that, some of what they said was, "It just didn't occur to us." It was kind of like this innocent overlook. I don't know how much of that really came into play, but it's clear that they're becoming more aware of the fact that these, what needs to be there. What we really need to bring to the table and make very clear for them is that we can do something very innovative. One of the major priorities of that group is to make sure that it's a space where it will attract families and professionals that want to stay in the area and have their kids educated there. So some of the conversations that they've had have pointed definitely more towards charter schools. And we would like to make sure that they are aware and comfortable with the fact that as public education, we have so much to offer and we really can adapt to what needs to take place there. But I can appreciate your concern, Holly, for sure. And this is something that we ought to keep talking about. Absolutely. I mean, I've gone out to that West Draper elementary area, and I know that's on the docket and in the plans, and it's connected to the bond that we have. And that's definitely going to take place. But this is kind of a separate track, in part because we're having to work through the state. And they have, I mean, I'm hoping that they'll be willing to work with us and make sure we really do even have a school at all there at this point.
And as I've talked to those families, one of the major concerns is actually the middle school situation and how their kids are bused and things like that. I don't even know, but maybe with the relationships that you have, maybe possibly you could talk to, I know some of the people there that are on the committee, I've had some conversations, but maybe that's an option, and maybe you could talk to them and see. Just a thought.
Yeah, okay. So I had an idea on this. How would you all feel if we organized a working group to talk about what some options might be that then we could share with them, with Amanda to share with that group? And I'm picturing something similar to what we did last September, where we just kind of assigned one task to the administration and a few board members to work through some of the details and then bring recommendations to the full board. How does that sound if we kind of create within locally a work group to come up with some of the ideas and then present it to the board discuss, and then Amanda would have some information with which she could represent us.
That's a great idea. There may need to be sort of a non-standing standing.
Right, no,
because
I'm
it may
thinking,
had to come back a couple times and be.
I'm
representative
I'm
to
not
some.
thinking a standing committee. I'm thinking an actual work group that would meet once or twice and just kind of explore what some options might be for a magnet school and something a little bit, I think Amanda used the word innovative.
Mm-hmm.
And
Well,
so,
I would love to have more help and support in that way. I mean, when I started researching this whole subject, there is a barrage of information. And I definitely don't want to be the only person at the point of the spear on this. I think it's really important that a lot of us are taking a look at it and going in with a very educated and broad view of what would work best for the district and what we could provide. We do have our next meeting scheduled for January 28th. And so I would love to see if we could get a working group together, if we can meet before then.
okay. So my recommendation is that we find out who's interested and that maybe schedule 1 or 2 meetings as a working group just to do some preliminary exploring of ideas. There's no way we could get anything put together.
Well, and the board doesn't meet before
the board
January
won't-
28th, so I don't know.
Yeah, the board won't meet before then, but perhaps at that meeting, you could let them know that the board is working on things. And then we could have the working group report to the board on the 2nd of February at that meeting. So I'm seeing some heads nod that people think that might work. So who would be interested? And I'm going to just go out on a limb and suggest that maybe Amanda not be on the working group, just so that the working group can report to the board, and then you could take that.
I don't know.
I am fine with not necessarily being like a decision maker on there. But I think it might be helpful for me to be present just to add some contextual information
Okay.
about, for instance, boundaries, what some of the things they're discussing and what the priorities of the point working group. I mean, otherwise we're kind of just
Okay.
functioning in silos, and that doesn't make sense. I think one
Okay.
needs to inform the other.
I agree. That's what I was just going to say.
Alright.
I have no idea what those people are thinking or wanting
Mhm.
without Amanda there telling us what they're thinking, wanting, or doing.
Okay.
And so I don't see
Yeah,
how we
nope,
can do it
that's- that
without her
sounds
being
better.
on that committee.
Okay.
Well, and
that
I have
sounds good.
another
So who
question.
was- Okay,
Because
yes.
I attended some of the meetings a couple years ago when they were just starting, and there were Jordan and Alpine district people there. So don't they have some of the land also? So I'm just wondering how that would work.
So at this point, all of the land falls within our boundaries, but there is also, I believe it's about 20,000 acres that surround it that they anticipate the development will take place. That land does fall within Alpine and Jordan. So Alpine and Jordan are absolutely going to be impacted by whatever development happens there. Currently, there is one of the members of my group that is a mayor in the group, and she is highly associated with the education committee or education community in Jordan School District. And so she is an additional voice, and that's helpful. But absolutely, I would actually love to have more of Alpine and Jordan represented. I think that it would be beneficial for everybody.
I have a question. Amanda, how many people are on that committee?
As far as the point working group, I'm not exactly sure. A lot of people, like when we had our Zoom meetings or whatnot, weren't necessarily showing their faces. I
Yeah.
can go back and look. And then they have a lot of other separate committees that address other things.
Yes.
So one of the suggestions from Ellen Matheson the last time he and I spoke was that I have a conversation with Wolstenhume, who is the Commissioner of Higher Ed.
Mhm.
He is the one who, as far as I understand, is overseeing and kind of directing what's happening in the education committee. And again, that's another reason why I do believe doing some sort of an early college, high school model would be really beneficial, because they are involving higher education big time over there. That is a massive priority for them. And they're going to want to know that whatever K-12 presence exists is going to be able to connect into that smoothly.
As I have put my feelers out there a little bit, it seems like the committee is fairly large. There's quite a few. And so I'm just wondering if it might be helpful to have two from our board there, since in that center part of the acreage is really Canyon School District. And then there's the outlying that's others. Just wondering if maybe having two voices that sometimes, when you're in these larger committees, my experience has been if we have a second voice kind of supporting, it can kind of help sometimes where there's varied interests and so many members. What are your thoughts on that?
I wish I could wave that magic wand and make that happen. Believe me, I'm going to be trying as far as I can on my end. They're just barely or have inched open the door. And so my hope is to be able to leverage what we have to offer to be able to help them see that the more people that they bring in from K-12 public ed, the better. So
I just think we have to be careful, because I've been in this since the beginning, and we've been trying to get someone on this committee for years, and we finally have a spot. So we don't want to ruffle any feathers. I mean, we just need to be careful with that, I think.
And I believe the membership of the actual commission is dictated in state statute. So we need to, be careful on that. So back to the working group ideas. Who is interested? And it sounds like we agree that Amanda should be,
I am.
and Holly.
I just have a question.
Yes.
So looking at this, how do we tell them that we think that we can come up with a high school where it's high school and college, or something way creative or something way imaginative, when we ourselves we don't have a building out there. We don't know if we'll ever have a building out there. We only have our high schools as they are to offer them. So are we changing our high schools to be able to match what they're wanting? I'm just confused by how we're supposed to take to them a plan when we don't have a plan really. And I know that that maybe is what the committee's doing, except except I just don't. I don't see where we're going with it and how it helps achieve what we're wanting to achieve.
Yeah, thank
Sorry.
you. It's my thought that this working group would just explore what even might be possible and then bring it to the board, and then the board could give direction if we wanted to go anywhere beyond even that.
Like I would even anticipate, even if the working group comes back and says, we'd be comfortable with any of these 2 or 3 options. I mean, I think the point is we're going to have to be flexible. A lot of what this committee is really hyper focused on right now is infrastructure. They're looking at transportation. They're looking at how they're going to have green space. They want to involve the Jordan River. I mean, it's like they're having all of these conversations, and we've been kind of an ancillary consideration up until now. And so now the point, we have to come in and say, okay, how are we going to be able to complement what it is you envision for the big picture?
And I thought it was really important what you said, Amanda, how they're trying to attract people that will come and want to live there and work there, and recognizing that schools are a big part of that infrastructure. If there's schools that are easily accessible near their homes, you know, as we know, that makes, you know, home values change and how attractive it is to live there. So I think to Clarine's point and Amanda's, as we try to be creative to fit within, you know, their vision, that'll help them as well with their goals.
Okay, I think it's really important that we keep this very, very, very preliminary. I mean, we're not committing to anything at this point. We just want to begin a discussion to see if there's anything that is feasible or something that the board is interested in pursuing. Okay, so I've got Amanda and Holly that are interested. Is there anyone else that's interested? And I'm, like I said, I'm seeing this as a once or twice at the most meeting
I would be interested
until the
in that.
board
Or do you two
gives
wanna
further
participate on
direction.
that?
I'm fine with you, Steve, because I was going to ask Clarine. Clarine seemed a little interested. Did you? Or no, you're okay. Okay, no, Steve, you go ahead. You go ahead.
Okay, well, if that's okay, I'll do it. I just, now you've been on it a couple of, may have more insight than I have.
And, you know, I, like I said, I don't
Okay.
see anything solid really coming. It's very exploratory and preliminary.
Okay,
Yeah.
that'd be great. Then.
Okay. Okay, now, oh, the fun one, audit committee. Clarine
Did you
and
really say that?
Yeah,
Audit
It
and
is
fun in the
fun.
same sentence? Really?
I did, I said that.
Okay.
it is fun, and Leon tells no jokes. So there we go.
So, yeah,
I'll stay on it. I'm fine with it. I can do it after school. Leon adapts to my schedule, and it's fine. I'll stay on it.
anyone else interested? I know we've had 3 on there, and where's Leon? And 3 are required by state statute. So we are required to have 3.
And Nancy, this is not a committee that I feel like I have to be on. I am more than happy to stay if that be the desires of the group. I will tell you, I've had a lot of fun coming up with questions to ask the auditors and maybe and maybe push the boundaries a little bit. And it's also interesting as you talk to the auditors to find out what they do with the audit. And they do have some internal audits that take place as well. And the committee is involved in directing their efforts for the internal audits as well. So I'm happy to stay, and I'm happy to get booted if that's what the desire is.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else interested in this committee? It's not a huge time commitment, right? It's a
I-
couple of times a year.
Yeah, I would do it if no one else wants to.
Mhm.
But I think you're probably crowding 2 a lot closer than you are 3.
Okay. All right. Amber's interested.
Mhm.
Anyone else? Okay. Looks like if we are required to have three, Mont, I think you're,
Okay, like I wanted to
okay. Policy Committee, another really fun one. And this one, like I said, historically, we've had three board members on it. And we are nearing the completion of the initial review and revision of the policy manual of the district. 6.5 years later, we're getting to close to the end of that, just in time to probably turn around and start again. So, and I personally, I've served on that since the beginning of the committee, and I really enjoyed it. But if someone else is interested in taking a spot on that committee, I'm happy to let someone else have it, or I'm happy to continue. And Steve?
Yeah, I'd like to stay if possible. You finish off the rest of the policy.
Mhm. And this one, I mean, we have met during the day, but again, it's one that we could move to later afternoon if that is helpful to anyone's schedule. Is anyone else interested in that one?
Is that a two-person? Is that a?
Well, we could have two or three. It's, it's whatever. Board, what do you think? Do we want two or three? Because generally what happens is that committee goes through the recommendations of the revisions for policies and brings those recommendations to the board, and then the board does have discussion over it before it even, and it goes through 2 or 3 readings as a full board.
And then just as a reminder, the time commitment, I'm trying to pull up my notes here.
So it's usually about an hour and a half meeting, and pre-COVID, we'd meet once or twice a month.
I mean, I
Any
think that might be a good one to keep 3, just because I think the more input, the more eyes on policy, the better. That's just my opinion, but.
We had 3 before, not
Mhm.
over all 3 of us able to attend, so usually just 2. So it would be
Mhm.
nice to have at least 2 people there.
Mhm.
Is that something you really?
Okay, all right.
No, I'm saying 3 spots.
Mhm.
Because we had 3, but at least 2 showed up all the time. Which is
Okay, Long Range Planning Committee. And again, this is one that we've had 3 members on. Me, Mont, and Chad have been serving on it, and I am happy to let someone else serve on this one. And again, this is one where the meeting can be scheduled at the convenience of the board members.
I'd be willing to serve on this one.
Yeah, I like that one too. I'd like to be on that one.
Anyone else interested?
I would be happy to stay on that. That's been an enjoyable assignment. And I think it's important that we have representation from, pretty much all corners of the district as we look at what we're planning and where we want to go. And so accordingly, I would like to represent the northwest corner.
Okay, anyone else interested in this committee?
I would be interested, but I don't want to, if other people want it, so.
And it's not a deal breaker. I don't have to be on this one. I just thought it would be interesting to participate on it.
Okay, any other thoughts? Okay. So Amanda, are you okay if we have Holly, Mont, and Amber? Okay. Okay, the Arts Consortium. Now this is one clearing. Would you kind of talk to us a little bit more about this one that you said that it's a relatively small group, and to have 3 board members there is?
Yeah, it's not a large group. Sometimes there's, what, 5 people, sometimes there's 8 people.
Mhm.
And so I don't see that we need 3 board members there. They're great at having an agenda, and it takes maybe an hour sometimes to go through the agenda. And they bring us up to date on everything that's happening with the arts throughout the district. And then we also bring them up to date if they don't know already about what the boards talked about and done. It's a fun committee to be on. And like I said, it's one you can do in the evening time for the hour.
So I don't need to be on that committee, and Amanda bleeds arts, so if she wants to stay there, she probably needs to be.
I actually was going to say I don't have to be on there either. I feel like it's beneficial for those who might not already have a pulse of the arts to understand what's going on.
So it is one I can attend, so I'll
Okay.
stay on it.
You want to stay on that then, Amanda? I'm fine with that.
I can, or I
Any
can
other
offer it to
thoughts?
somebody else if
Anyone
they're
else
interested.
Interested?
Mont says he wants to be nominated.
You lie.
Clarine, how about if I join you on that committee then? Because I need some help on, I appreciate the arts. I don't understand them.
That would be awesome.
Sherry does a really great job of keeping that group organized, and she always makes sure that there's different teachers from different arts disciplines that they're at the table. So it is helpful and insightful.
Okay, great. Thank you. RDA, CDA. And again, this is just kind of a meets as needed.
Oh, drum roll, please. This is so exciting. I can't think of any place I would rather be than on the RDA, CDA committee, and I would be pleased. I would be thrilled to be appointed to that again.
Mont, you chose your profession of being an accountant. So you can't help that we want you on those committees, the numbers committee.
Obviously, you have no appreciation for sarcasm.
I know.
Okay, any other thoughts on that one?
I mean, I would be on it. I'll be on it.
Okay. And this is one that we've just traditionally had 2 board members, so. Anyone else interested? And again, this is one that the meeting time can be set whatever's convenient for the board members. And usually, my guess is they meet once or twice with the city before any proposal is brought to the full board.
Traditionally, those meetings have been scheduled through the lunch hour.
Okay.
That made it possible for Chad to get to most of those.
Mhm.
And
So they
not
could
saying
be
they couldn't be
scheduled
scheduled at a different time,
right.
but traditionally, that's when we've met.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So I have Mont and Amber.
Unless, I mean, if someone else wants to do it, I'm
Anyone
fine
else
with that
interested?
too.
Okay.
Hey, I'm getting better at my accounting. I'm
Okay.
just telling you guys.
And then if you're okay, this vision, mission, values, goals, I would like to just put this one on hold until after our roundtable. Yes.
So I know we've had some previous discussions before about having a retreat, so to speak, or some sort of a larger, wider discussion as a whole board about some of these. I mean, when I look at mission, vision, values, and goals, I feel like that's something that needs to be informed by more than just 3 board members. And anyways, so I know we have the roundtable coming up, but maybe we can discuss if we feel like we need more time to flesh that out as a group, like maybe designating another time to do that.
Okay. Sound good, everyone?
Yeah, I think we should make a plan or an outline of how we want to do that
At the roundtable.
at the round table.
Okay. Incident command. And let's see. Clarine, Steve, and Mont have been serving on this one.
I'm on that one. I'd like to stay because they accommodate my schedule, my time. So
I mean, Clarine, any of these that we have the ability to set the schedule.
That's okay. I don't need to change the wheel that's already turning. I can manage it. I was just trying to make sure that everyone had an opportunity if they wanted to,
Mhm.
that works and needs that opportunity during that time. So that's fine.
Thank you. Okay, so Steve,
I
Mont,
would-
anyone else interested in this one?
I would be interested in staying on that. I've got a background in emergency management.
I'm good to stay.
Okay, is anyone else interested, though? Anyone else interested?
Clarion, did you say you wanted to stay? I'm not
Yes.
sure.
Yeah,
Yes,
I'd like to
okay.
stay. It's
Okay.
one that matches my,
I'm just taking notes. I just wanted to
oh,
make sure I got
yeah,
it right.
yes.
Okay.
Okay. And then the Dual Language Immersion Committee, that has been completed, so we'll just take that one off of our list. The Calendar Committee. And let's see, Amber and Steve have been serving on that, and let's see, did you say that they usually meet in late afternoon is usually when, and it's only for 2 or 3 times maybe in the early fall? Anyone interested?
Probably more like 3 or 4 times, just.
3 or 4
Just
times,
say-
but it's all kind of in the fall months.
It's starting in August. Yeah, through the.
And they meet later in the day? I'll
Yeah,
help
they
with the
meet
calendar
later because it's
committee.
made up of teachers and principals. So
Okay,
I would
Alright.
like to stay if that's okay with everyone.
anyone else? Holly, are you interested or? No? Okay. So Clarine and Amber?
Sure.
Okay. And health curriculum. Again, this is one that is required by the state statute to have board representation. However, I think it's not, it doesn't designate how many board members should be on there.
I can stay on that one.
And right now it's been Steve and Amanda. Anyone interested? And this is just, they meet once, maybe twice a year. Anyone else interested?
I think Steve and Amanda did a great time, did a great job last time, and that they caught some things that were really, really important, and they informed us ahead of time. And so I'm really happy if they want to stay there.
Okay. That- Okay, are you okay? Yeah. Okay. Okay, and then the Equity Committee. This, as I mentioned earlier, this one was formed to help identify and develop ways to increase equity and opportunity for all of the district. And this committee would bring back ideas and recommendations to the full board for discussion.
I'm
And-
interested in that one.
Who's interested?
I,
Okay.
for 4 years, lived in inner city Cleveland and actually worked with the youth group there, and something I've always been pretty passionate about. So I would love to if I could.
Okay. Anyone else interested?
I'm happy to stay on that one.
Well, I'm happy to stay too because we've only had one meeting. Like we just
Mm-hmm.
barely started. But
I
Yeah,
had
it is
two.
a fairly new,
There was 2 meetings.
yeah.
You were on phone.
oh, one was on Zoom. You're right. So I forgot about the Zoom one.
Okay,
Nancy, I would really like to stay on the Equity Committee because I think it's really important that my area have a voice in what equity looks like.
Yeah, I'm fine not to be on it then. You guys can be on it.
okay, so if I'm hearing it, Holly, Mont, and Amanda. Is that correct? Everybody okay with that? Okay. All right, so that brings us to the end of our list. And I will compare my notes with what Cindy's taken, and we will get this list updated and out to you if you will all check it and make sure that we got this correct. Okay, thank you.
What about policy committee? Did anyone change their mind? I
Oh, yeah, we were going to come back.
Yeah,
to
we're gonna come
Policy
back.
Committee.
I mean, I could be a substitute.
I'd be happy to be a substitute as well.
Oh.
If you need it.
Okay. So maybe we can split it. Yeah, okay, that's great.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I'm going to just say something a little procedurally. We haven't generally had substitute people on committees because if someone can't attend, then often they've already received the materials that the committee's working on, and and they're familiar with it. And so I'm going to recommend that we don't have a designated substitute practice. But right now I've got me and Steve on there, so that we could have a third person if one of you wants to take that spot. Holly, are you interested?
I would do it.
You're
Yeah.
looking interested.
I mean, does Amanda or Amanda?
No, Holly, you
Amanda.
should do it. You should do it. I think it'd be great.
Sure.
Yeah. I think you would be great there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for reminding us that we needed to circle back to that one. Okay,
Oh, one other
Anything
thing,
else?
And then we're going to circle back about the delegates, right? Because we had a lot. Are we doing that a further?
not
discussion?
tonight, later in the spring.
Perfect.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. Next item on the agenda is the 2021 legislative preview. And so we will turn the time to Charlie Evans, Director of External Affairs, and Susan Edwards, Public Engagement Coordinator.
I didn't know I had the option just to let Susan do this.
You're both on the agenda.
Well, I think everybody knows that the circus we affectionately call the Utah legislature is back in town. Didn't seem like they left all year long, but they did convene today and organize themselves. And I don't know, so obviously a lot of the issues we're going to be dealing with haven't been come up yet, but we know some of the things we're going to be dealing with, which we've discussed before. I think everybody should have received, probably while you're sitting there today, is that the first edition? The first edition of our tracker. And I'd be happy to answer any questions, or Susan answer any questions about the tracker or anything that you're aware of that you have questions about.
So
That tracker would have come via email.
Via email, yes. Sorry. I
And
should-
just in the last few minutes.
yeah. So a question I have.
And is it the same, it's basically the same format that we've had in years past?
It's exactly the same format. We've added one line that shows the date that bills were added to the list, so that when somebody says, we haven't heard about this, we can say, well, it's been on the tracker since whatever date.
Okay, questions?
This is the one that was sent to us at 5:37 with the new bills highlighted.
Yes.
This is kind of the issues we need to be paying attention to.
You'll get
correct?
one of those every day from us, and the first time it's on the tracker, it will be highlighted. But
Okay.
this will come every day to you, gives a current status as of that day of every bill that we're tracking or watching. And it also, at the very end, will have the bills that are on committee agendas,
Mm-hmm.
which is right here in orange.
I see. Thank you.
Other questions? Mr. Wrigley?
Yeah, just a question on, is it possible on some of those hearing committees to put their link or something on there? Sometimes it's hard to find those, or do you know?
Will they
Know?
have those links the day before?
Not always.
We can try, but it's unlikely. We won't always have them at the time we send the.
Yeah, okay, I just didn't know, because sometimes I've tried to find them and it just gets sort of funky to do it then. And then, so are you marking out those key bills we should be following? That gets so many bills on there
Yep, that's it.
sometimes.
At the very top, we call that the hot list. And so anything.
So those are the bills we should be watching the most, and then the other ones are of interest to us.
Right.
Okay,
All education bills that, or all bills, whether they're education or not, that we track for any reason are on the main list. And then you all receive that top list of bills we're actively working or trying to pursue its purpose. But, and at any time, any employee or any of you all can say, hey, I think we need to move this one up there and pay a little closer attention. But we go over that several times a day to make sure we're catching them.
and then on the hot bills, do you put a new date on there if there's an update so that, or how do you let us know that, we've been watching it, but there was a meeting today and there's an update we should see or something or whatever?
Been on this list. Did we
We
indicate it as
don't.
new?
So the date that it's added is been that's the column that's been added. That's a date that we became aware of it. It got added here. Your column updates where you see if it's in committee or if there's been a change, that's where you will see, how it's progressing. if there's a note, if we have a particular concern or something has really substantially changed, we usually send something to the board to let you all know.
Okay, yeah, I think I remember that. Thank you.
Yes, Mrs. Oaks.
Sorry, I know I'm jumping ahead of the gun, but whenever I see something directly impacting property tax exemptions, that's, okay, tell us about that one.
Well-
It's on the hot list, so.
Well, there's going to be several of those this year. We're aware of 2 already.
Yeah.
And I mean, both of those are designed to give certain people, usually elderly people, a break on their property taxes. And then, when the property is eventually sold, then we would be made whole. But it is a tax shift, and unless you tell us otherwise, our intentions are just to watch those bills.
So it's not backpedaling and undoing some of what we've done in order to be able to
Well,
raise teacher salaries.
Obviously, it can do anything. But
Okay.
where they're currently constructed, that's what we think is going to happen.
The other thing on tax bills, I mean, on any bill, actually, we have a column of who is this most relevant to. And we liked, the staff is watching those. Some of them say board. We asked that whoever it's most relevant to is evaluating that bill and getting back to us if it's something that they love, they hate, it doesn't apply to them. And all of the tax bills will have Leon's name on them so that he is evaluating those, and between him and UASBO that they're evaluating what impact they have on us.
Having seen this for the first time, I'm sorry, you should.
Yes, Mrs. Nybauer.
Having seen this for the first time, I think this is fantastic to have a place to go to with every bill that we should be concerned about. And the amount of work, thank you, the amount of work your sessions just started to have this in our fingertips right now. I think it's pretty incredible. So thank you for all the work you do.
Thank you. It is a lot of work, and it's evolved over the years. And we have a lot of people from outside our district that request to use this list. So we're pretty proud of it. Yes, I will.
Question.
Great. Yes, Mr. Milliberg.
I see quite a few of these coming up with mental health days. Tell me how that works. What will constitute a mental health day and an excuse for missing school?
Well,
And who determines that? Is that something that the parents will just declare a mental health day? Is there a limit on the time that you can use that excuse?
those are all very good questions. We don't have answers to them yet, but we will.
If it snows 2 feet overnight, can I call that a mental health day?
We'll see in 44 days.
Yes, I noticed one of the bills is asking that you don't need to have a medical professional signature to take a mental health day. So as to your question, Mont, looks like there's 2 bills. The one's about the mental health days, and then the other one is kind of as you're suggesting that there wouldn't need to be any medical providers signing off on that.
Yeah, I saw that one that doing away with the need for a medical provider's signature,
You know,
which I'm okay with.
when I need a mental health day, I send my kids to school.
Mrs. Oaks.
Just something to consider on that from an equity standpoint, when there are so few medical health professionals that these kids can access, sometimes that is a major issue. They might legitimately really have some sort of mental health need going on or with an inability to access somebody. So
Yeah, I'm not, I'm seeing that as that a mental health day is a real item. It's something that we can, laugh and joke about, but it's a serious item and it's real. But it also, to me, seems to be something that is very, very prone to abuse.
I think it's a discussion too to be had, because there are districts who now don't have the days all divided out. Like, these are your 2 family health days. These are your 2 personal days. These are your 8 sick days. And you can always use a sick day as a mental health day, obviously. But if you have just 10 days and you can use them as you need to use them, then they can use their day as a mental health day and not report it as a mental health day, which also helps, because then it keeps it private to them instead of having to say, I'm using my mental health day today. So it's another open discussion that can be had
Yeah.
because many
My,
districts have gone
my
to that.
misreading, because I thought that was for students, not for employees.
That's correct.
Sorry, I thought it was for employees. That's weird. Okay, because they can just call in and they can call in and not show up to school and just say they're sick. Where, interesting. Okay.
Okay, and just our process through the session is Charlie and Susan will give us an update at every board meeting. And so
We're available.
I'm
anytime.
just gonna, obviously, we're interested in this item, so
Yep.
we will look for updates on this particular topic.
And we're
Okay.
available anytime. You know, it's probably
Right.
easier to reach us by text, but happy to talk on the phone as well.
Great. Other comments
Is
or questions?
USDA also
Yes.
following it this year? I mean, what are they doing with COVID and they can't be on the Hill? Are they Zooming it or what?
So
Yeah, we just were going in Zoom. Yeah, attending Zoom and yeah.
So is
Same as
Amanda still
everyone.
representing us there on that, or who's representing us on the?
It's, yeah. And for for legislative stuff, it's all the leadership, but it's mostly the past president that he's the one, McKay Jensen will be the one that leads JLC. So.
yes, Mrs. Nybauer?
Just one question. I don't see the West Ed on here. Where would that be? Is that kind of towards the bottom? Of course, they introduced, Senator Milner introduced it at the USBA conference we just
talk about that?
attended. Would that be unnumbered bills? I know it's not really a bill,
Right.
it's an initiative.
Right, so it's basically priorities that they've set based off of the West Ed report. So various bills may come under those priorities. As they happen, if we can identify them as such, we'll make a note and let you guys know that. We're not sure yet which bills, some of the tax bills you talked about may play into some of those. So as they won't be like numbered bills
Yes.
directly related to West Ed report, but they will be various bills that may play into what they're trying to do in those areas. We're gotten pretty up to date on that and pretty up to speed on what their priorities are.
Okay.
Now we're just trying to look through all the bills and identify which ones may fall into their priorities.
So then will it be in this bottom section under, and then it will be referenced to the bills that may be associated with? Or where would we find it on the
We
spreadsheet?
won't likely have a notation that this
Okay.
is dealing with West Ed. But we will just know, well, somebody that can read and understand those priorities will have to tell us, because there's only one or two of those that I can make heads or tail of, to be perfectly honest with you.
I agree.
But if somebody tells us that's a West Ed bill, we'll pass it along to you.
Yeah, my antenna's been up ever since because, in the slideshow, we only saw the verse 3. And some of the way it's written is so vague to me. I feel like I'm not sure what it's
Yeah,
regarding.
Some of those
so-
things you could drive a Mack truck through.
Right.
For sure, yeah.
So we will get, if anything pertains to that, will that be separate from this
Well,
spreadsheet? You'll give us an update then?
As
or-
we discuss things here, it would probably be our way of communicating that to tell you that this is a priority, a leadership priority.
Okay.
And that those West Ed priorities have been adopted by leadership. And so if it's a leadership bill or a leadership priority, it's kind of the same thing. And we would certainly let you guys know about that
Okay.
with regard to any bill that we're dealing with.
Yeah, maybe you can just let us know when you come to board meeting, once you become aware of them. I mean, I just don't want to create a lot of extra work for you guys, but
Yeah, and by leadership in this case, I'm referring to legislative leadership.
Okay,
Could I
any other questions?
take
Yes,
the
go ahead.
privilege and introduce, I think
Mhm.
everybody knows and is aware of Delaney Nixon, who is our intern. She's in the back here. She's back on for a command performance. I don't think it's much of a stretch at all to say that she's the best intern we've ever had. And we're fortunate to have her back again this year, and want to make sure you guys are aware of her and welcome her to our team.
Great. Thank you. Anything else? Thank you, Charlie, Susan, and Delaney. We are so grateful to have you as our team up there. Well, I won't say up there, but
was up there.
participating. Okay. Yeah, participating through this legislative session, and we look forward to the updates.
You bet. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, next item, timeline for school opening 2021, school performance, and Dr. Robert Dowdle.
Good afternoon. It's nice to be here. There was a document that was placed on board docs for you. It was a product of school performance. It leaves out a lot of detail, but tries to give you the idea of how tight a timeline is from January through the end of the school year to try to get us ready for the following year. A couple of things that I think are important to bring to your attention. The purpose of sharing the document is really to show you how much work really goes into the preparation. It's really weaving together two primary functions. At the school level, you've got the registration and scheduling function, and at the district office and the school, you have the FTE allocation and the hiring function. And they kind of weave through on this. On the registration scheduling, you can notice as you read through there that schools prepare registration materials. They're already well through that process. The families inform the schools of their choices and priorities after they receive those materials and process them as a family. They're also coached along by counselors and teachers and others who are a part of that process. Administrators determine how many sections or classes can be offered after the requests are placed into the hands of the school by the families. The administrators and the counselors build the schedules. The administrators and the registrars run the conflict matrix to determine if the courses will fill. Just to give you an example, if you have one of our high schools with roughly 90 teachers and they're on the AB block, that means on the board they're building, there's 720 cells, and they all have to complement each other. So what goes into one cell affects the rest of the board. And it takes a lot to put this together, especially when you consider that a lot of the classes are singletons. In other words, a concert choir, for example, there's one concert choir. There's probably one AP Spanish, and the list goes on, right? And so they're singletons, and you may have students who would like to be able to get into a class, but once the conflict matrix weighs all of this, they can't get into some of their first and second choices. That's when the alternates come into play. And as you're building this board, you repeat some of these steps over and over until you can get a high enough agreement to let the counselors then fill in the last pieces to it. And teachers are informed about their teaching assignments before they leave for the summer break. That's the goal, because you want them to have the full summer to prepare the materials for the upcoming year. In elementary, that could mean if you have a bubble of kids come through that one year they were teaching third grade and the next year they have to teach fourth grade, that's a very big shift, a whole different curriculum that you have to be prepared to teach. In a high school, it could mean that you're no longer teaching a particular course, but you are assigned another one, especially when it comes down to CTE teachers, a lot of our social studies teachers. At the same time this type of thing is going on, we have the consideration of the FTE allocation and the hiring process. So student enrollment estimates are sent out to the schools. That's in the version 1. The retirements and resignations are assessed as they come in, and we're learning more and more about those right now for this upcoming year. Student enrollment estimates are revised based upon work that schools do, calling to the homes to find out if the students are coming. It really comes into play with kindergarten, but other courses or other levels as well. The administrator and teacher vacancies are posted and interviews are held. I remember one school recently had 18 openings, and each opening requires a minimum of 3 interviews. So you can see how many interviews start building up, and it's hours and hours of work for a team at the school. At the district level, so far this year, we've had 89 screening interviews. So that's 89 people who would like to be an administrator so far this year who have let us know. That's a team of 10 people who screen those. And then we've also had 29 second round interviews for those who made it through the initial screening. So you can see lots and lots of hours go into this and consideration of their resumes and their backgrounds, and types of things they say to us in their answers. And as a general rule, the earlier you get to the hiring, the better the candidates are. So it's a race, and it's a race between all the districts that surround us for the same people. So you have to be on the spot and you have to do it quickly. So it's very time sensitive for us. In the end, this really ensures that families are informed about teacher assignments and class schedules before they go into the summer. It helps or ensures that teachers are informed about teaching assignments, like I mentioned before, and it ensures that administrators are informed about the needed hires and or adjustments made to schedules. So I think the whole purpose of showing you this is just to show you that from now to the end of the year is a very, very busy time. A lot of important work going into play, and it all comes together for the startup in August. Do you have any questions?
Questions, board? Mrs. Nybar and then Mr. Wrigley.
I have one. I have an incoming kindergartner. So for the first time ever, we're kind of across the district, right? Inviting parents to register for the full day supplemental kindergarten registration. I think we did it in certain areas, but now
It's not system-wide.
I got an email about it that based on
Amber, are we doing
registration,
system-wide all day?
it's not system-wide, but it's an email, right? That you can choose which location and then based on how many
Oh, yes.
people register.
Yes.
So my question was, what is the threshold of how many people who register before, you kind of want to know that as a parent. Like our neighborhood school happens to be one of the schools that it would be a host school for that supplemental program. But what number are you trying to reach? Would there be a option to retract that if it's not your neighborhood school? Could you explain that to us a little bit?
Yeah, I'm actually going to ask Amber to do that because I'm the secondary specialist and I don't know kindergarten too
Right.
well, although my daughter teaches it.
Great question, Holly. So our minimum to keep the supplemental programs going and funding themselves is 16. And so to date, we have not, well, actually not, I was going to say we haven't had to pull back any, but we have had to stop them before they started. And that was several years ago. So your neighborhood school is Sunrise, correct?
No, Willow Springs.
Oh, Willow Springs. So they've been going for a couple of years. And that's just more of our fail-safe so that if we don't have enough students register, then we will not offer the program.
Okay.
In the 1 year where that was the case at 2 of our schools when we were first getting started, those parents were offered space in their second choice or put on a waiting list depending on what their second choice was. So we try to accommodate if that is the case that we have to not offer the program. Does that help?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, that was Dr. Amber Roderick Landward. Just thank you for that clarification and answer. Mr. Wrigley.
So a question I have, and we still don't know what's going to happen with COVID by the start of next school year. How does that affect with the online and all the variations that we have in regards to the schedule that you gave us here? And when will people have to tell us if they're going to be online or if they're going to be in person?
So this really sets up the base for attending school next year, much like we had going into last year, right? So we do have CVHS courses for independent study that will be enrolled in. We do have some classes that are blended learning that are on schedules. But when it comes down to if we have a need for shifts like we had this year, then we're going to have to shift off of what we've been calling tier 1, and that drives Amber nuts to use this terminology, but this is what we've been using, into a tier 2 or tier 3 type adjustment based upon what is needed. So our principals are already, they have a lot of experience from this year, So going into next year, they're much better off and much more capable to make a quick response, although I'm impressed with what they did this year. And what that looked like last August was that not only did they have to find online courses in many cases, it dramatically affected their boards. And so they had to go back and do massive changes to the boards in a weekend, which usually takes weeks. Building the board to do it right really takes about 2 months. They went back in a weekend, a little bit longer in some cases, and made dramatic shifts to it. But they know what they're going into this upcoming year in the event that COVID does not come under control like we're hoping.
Yeah, I know this last year we had a lot of fear and we didn't know what was going to happen. I'm wondering, are we going to be surveying the parents to get some kind of idea of what percentage will we requiring online for next year versus in person? I mean, we've almost got it down. We could probably keep people there, but so is it at some point we're going to, like we did last year, reach out and say, or are we just going to wait till the registration and just deal
We
with
would
it?
have to gather that information if that was looming. But we do know that most of our families want to be in school. We do know that our first priority is to have students in school because we believe that's the best product that we can deliver. But there are families who will want those online options. We have many available now, like I said, with CVHS. There are some other options at each of the schools that resemble what they offered this year, but not nearly as many pure online courses at this particular moment. They could make those adjustments and would.
Any other questions or comments? Superintendent.
Just to update everybody, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this is probably not some great news. On the county health conference call this morning, Nancy was part of as well. The trials for minors are going very, very slow and sporadic, unfortunately. So I know there will be calls for minors to participate in vaccine trials. So I'm encouraging everybody that's listening, if you feel so inclined, but without those minors participating in that, I didn't get a real good feeling about that this morning. And really the direction from county health was kind of a wait and see. But essentially that means that we would likely open the fall with our students not being vaccinated. And I think that could potentially, roll into late fall. And even at that, they were very non-committal, even that late. So, I think that, in the short future, that really bears that question then about, what our online options might look like. I think there are data points that suggest, obviously, that we've learned that it's much safer than we thought in the beginning of this year, going into the fall. One, we know that transmission in our schools is extraordinarily low, right? Student to student, student to adult, adult to student. All of the mitigating strategies we put in place have really lowered transmission. So school is a very, very safe place. And we also know going into the fall that most of our employees will be vaccinated and likely, a majority of the adult public at large. So there are some data points that are positive in that, but on the student side of things, I think it's very touch and go right now. So we're in, as Bob mentioned, I think our approach is a tiered response. We will have online offerings K-12. What that looks like, I think, is still to be determined. And we've learned a lot through that process to hopefully improve on that. But I think we've really got to approach fall 2.0 cautiously as we go forward, because it's too unpredictable right now to say for sure what that might look like. So anyway.
Go ahead, Mr. Wrigley.
I said, it'll be interesting to see. I know a lot of our parents were concerned more about themselves if they were in that age or their grandparents, and they were not sending their kids into kids because of basically the way the virus is if the kids would get it, doesn't seem to be doing much. But so as the parents get and the grandparents get vaccinated, it'd be interesting to see if they'll be open up a little bit more to the kids attending.
And
Oh.
well, and to that point, Steve, I think, today, and later I can address this in my remarks, but I think we're learning more and more too, just about what that protocol might look like, right? So with test to stay occurring, Alta High is the 4th high school participating in that, protocol. And as more and more schools come on board with that, and as we learn, how to keep kids in school the best that we can, I think that's also going to offer us other tools and strategies, heading into the fall. But I agree. I think in-person instruction 5 days a week is our target and our goal. We know how important in-person is, but we also know that there are students that are having great success online, and I think parents have been very appreciative of that flexibility. And so I think we want to continue to build out Canyons Online the best that we can. But, with registration on the horizon, we really need to, get those numbers so we can determine FTE allocation, and then we'll just continue to respond as we figure out, what this environment's going to look like.
Okay, so it sounds like we're preparing for all of the above.
Okay, I have a couple
Oh,
of
yes,
questions too.
Mrs. Arnold.
So I went through your timeline, and in the past, I know we did recruiting out of Utah and back east. So are we still expecting to have to do that this year? And how are we going to do that?
I don't know. Go ahead.
So yes, we are recruiting, and we are still recruiting out of state, and a lot of it is done through VidCruiter. So it's an online platform, and they are able to go on and answer a series of questions and submit their paperwork online, and so it's ongoing.
But we won't be traveling, right, this
We are
time?
we are not traveling.
Okay, just making sure, because in the past we've traveled, and so,
But also VidCruiter is not new this year. We've been using it for a couple of years, and we've had great success with it.
okay, then the other one is and I didn't know this for sure, so I wanted to explain. When we have teachers who want to transfer one school to another school, we don't have a teacher recruiting fair where they can sign up and go see other principals if they have if they have openings in their schools. Do we have a teacher transfer fair sort of any kind at all?
Yeah, so we post our openings, and teachers frequently request an interview at a different school. So we
Okay,
have a
but
process.
there's no like fair, like it's a certain couple of days and the teachers can go see different principals on a specific
Not
day.
in the way that you're talking about. We do have a teacher fair, but it's not what you're
Not
referring to.
related that way.
Yeah.
Okay, so then the other one was, I noticed in our hires and terminations, we have 28 teachers who were on our termination list, and we have 8 hires. Are we in need of more teachers right now, or we have sufficient number lined up to take those places?
I don't have as good of numbers as Steve, but from my understanding right now is we're in
He's
good
right
shape.
behind you, yay.
Mr. Diamond is here.
He had ESP and knew I'd be asking that.
We do have a few openings at the moment. We just hired a couple here yesterday. We're still getting, or not yesterday, but on Friday. We have a couple of openings that are kind of unique positions, but we're putting the feelers out and working our best to get those filled.
Okay, so we're in good shape still. We're not using a lot of subs for teachers
No.
in classrooms.
Oh, no. I mean,
Okay.
we have a few at the moment for people who gave us 2 days notice, but then we're just working our way through to get those filled.
Thank you. Thanks for keeping up on that. Appreciate it.
Okay, anything else?
No, good.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dabble, and those that assisted in that information. I think it's clear how very complicated this whole process is. So we appreciate your review of that for us. Next item, Corner Canyon High School parking lot report, Superintendent Rick Robbins.
Thank you, President Tingy. I'm going to take just a second to kind of frame the problem and the issue, and then I've asked Leon Wilcox, Business Administrator, to share his report and proposal. So tonight we're talking about the Corner Canyon parking lot. Over the years, one of the things when I very first got hired, this actually was probably the first conversation I had with Dr. Briscoe, and actually some of the very first conversations that I had with patrons in Canyon School District was around the parking lot at Corner Canyon. So this issue goes back many years, 7, 8 years potentially. And what has developed is over time, for whatever reason, Corner Canyon High School parking lot has become a magnet for students and non-students across the county to congregate and essentially drag race or participate in other nuisance or disturbance types of behaviors. I will say that from what I've learned, the consistency in this and the intensity has varied depending on who you talk to and where you live. The time of year obviously has an impact on that, but it's been pretty consistent over time, and really, in my opinion, has risen to this level of being a safety issue that I would recommend to the board needs to be addressed. And so tonight, what I'm looking for is your input and your direction on this. And before we get to that too, I just want to give a shout out and thanks to so many people over the years that have worked on this. It's very complicated and complex on an easy day, but at the district level, Leon, Kevin Ray, Susan Edwards, Principal Jensen and staff, also on the board, Holly and Amanda, other board members over the years have, and all of you have likely participated in sharing your input on this, or at least being aware and showing your support and being active in this issue. Also, I just want to express gratitude to Draper City and Draper PD. It's a tough challenge, and it's not easy. You know, it's kind of like herding cats, right? I mean, they just go all different directions, and it's kind of hard to pin down exactly what, when, and how to address, but it's not because of lack of effort. And just a few things, and I know Leon may touch on a few of these things, but just so the public's aware, what has kind of transpired over the years. Increased night and weekend security patrols, temporary entrance barricades. We've also participated in paying Draper Police overtime for additional patrols on weekends. We've utilized surveillance video on incidents at the school level and at the district level. And having said that, you know, that may be an area that the board chooses to address. A challenge with that is that this behavior seems to happen late at night. I know I've received text messages and phone calls from patrons as late as 1 o'clock in the morning when their sleep is being disturbed, and you know that's hard. That's tough on everybody in that surrounding area. They've also Draper Police, along with Canyon School District employees, have cleared parking lots in the evening. And then we've also really tried to, at least in the last few months, I know my own communication with school personnel, all of you and constituents and patrons that live around Corner Canyon High School. I've been in communication with these people pretty much weekly and sometimes daily about what's happening. So I have real concern with what's going on. I think it's getting, in my opinion, the intensity and the danger level is ramping up. I really can't give you a reason why this has become this magnet and almost kind of it feels like to me a bit of an urban legend that has taken off. And I don't know if it's through, text threads or social media or whatever, but for some reason, this is a congregation point for a lot of kids, a lot of students, many not our own. I think that's important to note. Many of the students that are there are not Corner Canyon High students. They're students from throughout the district, as well as, as far north as Davis. We've had students from Tooele High School there. I mean, it's you name the county, they come here. So we're really looking for your direction on that, on kind of where you'd like to see this go and maybe your ideas and thoughts about how we can address it better. So with that, I'm going to have Leon come up and share a little bit more just about some of our thoughts and solutions that we might take a look at, and then we can go from there. Leon.
Thank you, Rick. Yes, let me just go over a couple of things. Rick hit many of these. These are some of the past things that we're doing now. I think it should be noted that we've got signs at every entrance, that the lot is closed at 11 o'clock. And we have been for the last few months, been sharing cost of overtime with Draper PD to clear the lots on the weekends. That has helped some. We do acknowledge that, but we still have had some issues there. These are some updated things as we met with the school leadership, the school administration, and our team, and also Draper PD, that we would like to do moving forward. One is we'd like to, on the recommendation of Draper PD, close the lot at 10 rather than 11. So we're getting signs made that say that. This is also a big one here, number 2 down. Police, for the most part, they don't want to go in there and cite all these students, okay? Because, obviously there's anywhere from 16, we know that some may be in 8, 19 or 20, but, they're trying to work with them that, hey, you can't, this is private property, you can't be here. So they've been mainly issuing warnings. They are willing to take probably a little bit of a public, some backlash, but may start issuing citations on this if you're, for students there. And that could, some of that impact could come back to the district and to the board as well, if our students get cited for being there, okay? But they are willing to do that. We are trying to step up communications with the help of Jeff and Kirsten with our neighborhood schools, tell them about this issue that, the lot is closed and it's private property. We're also trying to work out with other school districts because, as mentioned, we know that a significant number are not Canyon School District students. We're also trying to work out with Draper City on some of this because some of these may not be high school students. We think some of them may be in, the 19-20 range as well. One thing that we'd like to look at, we've many of the patrons have asked us to gate the whole property and do that. We're very hesitant to do that. A couple of reasons. We haven't done that in the past. That's not been our practice. We also know that that's, this is all our high schools, especially as they're finishing up here in the next few months, are beautiful campuses. Corner Canyon's no exception. Alta is going to be beautiful. Hillcrest, Brighton, Jordan, they're all wonderful. They don't have gates on any of them. And we think gates detract from that beauty of that as well. But there are 6 places where we would like to look at gating right now. And if that's on this slide here. Now I'm going to point up here if it's okay with you. The biggest areas of concern where the racing happens is in this parking lot right here, off to the tennis courts, okay? You can see, this is an older picture. We actually have a couple of the old portables here. If we had 12 more portables there, maybe that'd stop it a little bit, but we don't want to put those back. But for those of us who lived through the portable years, that's a little joke there. All right. So we know this is the main place right here, the main problem area. What we're proposing is, one, put a gate here, okay? And these gates were, if you go next door to the church, you will see a metal gate. It's not electric, it's with a padlock, okay? That's how all these would look. Put a gate there at number 1 and a gate there at number 2. That blocks off this parking lot, okay? And essentially what we're looking at is blocking this whole east side. So then we go over here to the north side. Now the north side with the natural islands is not as big as a problem, but we have had problems there, and make no mistake about it. We've also had some racing going along this back stretch here, but hasn't happened that much. Mainly it's just circling around in these 2 lots here. So we'd block number 3 and number 4 coming off this street right here. Then we would block right here at 5 and 6. I guess I'm shining into the camera a little bit. I apologize. Anybody at home can see the laser. But we'd block right there. So that blocks that whole east side. There are 7 entrances into the campus. So we still have 1, 2, and 3. The little horseshoe here will still be on, and 4 right over here will still be unblocked. We'd like to leave those unblocked if we could, or ungated, for the purpose that, again, distracting from the beauty of just the natural setting there. But that is our proposal right now. We have not purchased the gates. It would not come to you as a purchasing bid because it'd be under that $80,000 threshold. But we are looking at getting costs and getting them manufactured, what that would take. Probably take about 6 weeks to get those in from now. If you wanted to give us, the preliminary go ahead, if you're comfortable with that. The signs will probably take, as I mentioned here, we are intent to put up signs that the lot closes at 10 rather than 11, and the signs will somewhat say loiters may be cited, or some language like that. We haven't figured out the language, but that will take about 2 weeks to get those signs in, to get those manufactured and in. So there's where we're at with the situation. It's not going to solve everything. A couple things we want to note is you can jump curbs. Okay, this whole property is not fenced. None of our high schools are fenced. It would take, we've just looked at this and what it's cost to fencing. Some of our other properties we're looking at could be $800,000 to fence the whole thing. Okay, that's pretty, obviously very substantial. But students could jump, if you wanted to, you could jump curbs in some of these spaces. It's also important to note up here is we have ADA access into the building. And so, and we have to keep that. So there's really not even a curb to go around. You can go around on sidewalk and grass. So it won't stop everything. The police have said, though, if you put in a barricade, you got the signs, but if you put in a barricade and they cross the barricade, that ramps it up to another level of a citation, because it's basically, if you're really breaking, you're really entering in. Plus, you're also vandalizing the grass or sprinklers to get around that as well to get in there. So there's where we're at with that. Again, it's, as Rick said, it's really a complicated factor. We're hoping the patrols and whatnot. We also want to make sure it's a friendly place to students, but we also know we can't have music blaring and racing going on at midnight either there. And so we want to try to be, we're trying to strike the best balance we can. We think this will give us a good start to mitigate the problem. If not, then we could take further action. Like I say, we don't want to do it, but we could look at gating the whole thing, all these other entrances, but we feel like this blocks gives us a good start. So with that, Holly.
I want to thank you for the conversations we've had. And I've had conversations with our superintendent as well. I was able to meet with some Draper City Council members and the Draper Chief of Police and one of his staff. This is obviously a huge concern, the safety of our students, and no matter where they hail from, the safety of kids. It's a route I walk nightly with my husband, as we've talked about. And there's multiple issues surrounding just the area. There's speeding that's happening on cross streets. It's especially bad during the summers. Carlquist Drive is one right off the freeway. There's no stoplights. It's stop signs, and kids are running
This would be
past
Carl-
the stop sign.
Carl
Oh, yes,
Quist
thank you.
over here.
And Leon and I have discussed this as well as the Draper Police, but that's a real concern, especially in the summertime. We have elementary school kids and middle school kids out on their electric scooters and their bikes and walking. And we will have, people from other areas or who knows where kind of speeding through those side streets as well. So it's not just contained in the high school. One thing that I have talked about with Principal Jensen and actually the Alta High Assistant Principal, Steve Bailey, is what are maybe some other considerations. Alta High put their parking lot safety in that report that was provided to us tonight, the SCC school safety reports. We actually have 7 schools that have notated that parking lot safety is a concern for them. Oak Hollow, Draper Elementary, Jordan High, Crescent Elementary, Alta High, and having said that, obviously we're mostly concerned about what's going on with Corner Canyon, but I think we have to think of this a little globally too. Is the party going to move down the street to Alta if there's gates in the high school? I'm sorry, that's Draper Park Middle calling me. So one thing is we've talked about how the gates are a deterrent. There is a special extra citation with trespassing and maybe breaking and entering possibly.
Yeah, it can just signs level 1, fine.
Yes.
Going over the gates or through the gates or around the gates. Is
Yes.
another.
And it's my understanding that if we have signs posted that the campus is closed at a certain time, that there's a trespassing citation that can be issued regardless of gates or not. I'm not trying to say I'm not a proponent of the gates. I just want to look at this kind of in a really kind of a comprehensive way. So if we have signs posted and have video surveillance, it's also a citation for trespassing. I know the police have talked about they don't like to do the citations, but they're willing to do a 0 tolerance policy if it's, well communicated and things like that. One thing that we could find that might be to our advantage is right now, there is an issue with our video surveillance in the parking lots. There's been sadly a tradition that's happened in the Corner Canyon parking lots when it's homecoming, where kids are borrowing their parents' nicer cars. And for a number of years, kids from other high schools would come in key cars. Actually happened to my car a few years back and lots of people I know in the community. And unfortunately, our video surveillance is not clear enough. And we've talked about this a little bit to be able to identify these things. When we're thinking of parking lot safety, fights. I know Jordan High School, it's on State Street. They're worried about people coming in the parking lot that aren't patrons of the school or parents or anything like that. So I'm just wondering about that consideration of video surveillance as well, and how that might, kill more than one bird with the same stone, and how we can do that. There's issues sometimes where kids scrape a car as they're pulling out of the parking lot, and we can't, the video surveillance is kind of blurry. It seems to me this would really help with what happens sometimes in the back parking lot, but it's not a fail-proof because, as you mentioned, and there have been tracks on the grass. I know kids have jumped curbs already, even when there aren't gates up. So it's a deterrent that may be super successful, but not fail-proof. And so I would love for our board to possibly consider video surveillance as well, and getting the capacity, whether it's extra servers that, Steve suggested, and maybe you and I've talked, that may not be the issue, but extra cameras, or if there's other things we can do and look at doing.
Yeah, just a few comments on that. Yeah, all our buildings, at least all our high schools have cameras on the outside, and so they're all attached to the exterior of the buildings here. The issue is they're not the night vision cameras, right? They work well in the daytime, but they don't work as well at night. You're going to have a grainier vision. It does cost quite a bit more, and we haven't got the exact price to upgrade to the night cameras. You would also need to put, this, it doesn't look that far here, but there is quite a distance between the building and, over here in this parking lot. So you're going to have to put cameras on light posts or something like that. You will also, and one of the problems with that is the electricity, the power to run the light pole is one power, but the power to run the camera is a different power. So you got to do some type of adaptation between the two. Cameras, as we know in our schools, and we have lots of interior cameras and the exterior cameras, they're really not a preventative problem, right? The people know, just because there's a camera doesn't necessarily prevent behavior, bad behavior from happening. You can just catch it quicker, right, afterwards. And so it's really not, it's more of a reactionary, it's not a preventative type measure. Now, you could post on the signs that it's under video surveillance. I don't know if that would detract or some, it probably would help some, but how much? But that's always the issue with cameras, is we'd have to do a upgrade. And if we had to, and I think the big expense item would be if we had to trench to get power out there to them, that would be a costly thing. And then obviously with the cameras for our students, we could look at some student discipline action. But if, like I say, we know a lot of these students are not our students. And then we have to turn that over to the police, and what will, that puts it in the police's hands of what they want to do and decide to do with the video as well. So yeah.
Just two other quick questions. One thought I have is, because other schools have parking lot safety issues, would we be setting a precedence where other schools would want gates as well? And just maybe that's something we need to be thinking about if we head this direction, where there's other schools that have had issues as well. And then the last thing, and I really want to help solve this problem. I know it's sad, because I know I walk there and 75% of the time kids are actually behaving just fine. It's really sad that, things have gotten to the level where sometimes, it's dangerous. So that's a sad thing, that we have to be so concerned about this, but this safety is very important. My concern I had with talking to the police, I'm grateful they did say that they are going to patrol those side streets more on the weekend nights. But we talked about where the kids go, say if the Corner Canyon campus is closed, because unfortunately they're going to go somewhere. They go to the old Kmart parking lot or the Macy's parking lot. And I asked the police if there's any problems, because there's a bar there at that Garage Street Grill. And they did, in fact, say that in the last year, there have been 2 incidences, one where a crime report was filed because high school kids kind of got mixed in with some 20-something kids coming out of the bar that had been drinking, and there was assault and things like that. So my concern is how to keep the kids safe, that we're not just relocating the problem, but and I don't know a good answer for that, but that is one thing, is in the parking lot, there isn't a bar nearby, and there are usually community people around. So that's something, and I don't know the solution for that, but just wanted to make the board aware.
Yeah, the police, as we talked with the police, they have said that they just kind of followed them around, and they do leave here and they do go to the Kmart first, and then sometimes we'll hop across 123rd into the Macy's parking lot there. Yeah.
Okay, Mrs. Oakes?
Thanks. I appreciate all that's been said and brought up. The first thought I had when Rick brought this situation up with me was the legal perspective. $80,000 is a drop in the bucket compared to what kind of legal liability we could face as a district moving forward. And that's even if you just had one case where we had to prosecute or defend ourselves, it gets expensive very quickly, and those are public funds that we stand to lose. So from my perspective, I feel like for as much as I would like to not have gates, I feel like it's probably the best option at this point. And I appreciate the fact that you've tried to put them in places that it's going to be less of a problem, or at least it doesn't mar the beauty of the campus. But and I recognize they can still jump curbs. It's not a perfect solution, but I feel like if we don't take steps as a district to preemptively do whatever we can, if we have other incidences where there are, you know, car accidents where we lose kids, like that's going to be a much, much bigger problem. And I recognize they can go to other parking lots, although the stretch at Corner Canyon is big enough that it does really encourage that kind of racing. And so I feel like there's a term in legalese where they refer to as an attractive nuisance. And if you don't address that, then you really run a larger risk of liability. And so in my mind, I feel like it has to be done. So.
Thank you. Mr. Wrigley.
So my understanding was that these gates were what, $20,000 a piece?
Right now,
thought if
we
you forget-
think we're looking at around 10.
Okay.
The issue, again, they're ugly. I don't want to say it, but they're unattractive. They're not electric by any means. And that's one of the reasons why we're trying not to do the front, because we would have, if we blocked all of them, we would have to put in 1 or 2 electric gates in case someone got in, right? We'd have to allow that. And that would be expensive doing those types of gates. We think they're around 10 each. So that'd be around 60,000 to do this section, right?
Have we looked at what other schools are doing? And
Yes, they're sending their kids our way. That's what they're doing.
to our schools, huh? I'm just wondering, I mean, most of the time on traffic enforcement, it doesn't take an officer on a street for very long before the word gets out that they're going to get ticketed. I'm
Well,
just wondering, have we done any, it sounds like we haven't done any aggressive enforcement in that area. We've asked kindly, but we haven't done any enforcement. And
Again, we've gone through and the police have been great to work with. We need to acknowledge that. To say that they've gone in and cited people, no, they haven't done that. You know, we as the district really can't go in there and cite. We don't have that authority.
No, we can't.
To do that. But and obviously they want to be sensitive to their patrons. They're hoping that warnings would work. I think they've worked some. But again, and I think Holly will mention, most of the kids there are wonderful. It's just, there's a few who, I don't know about the music. I hear the music has been an issue, but it's mainly the driving. And most of them aren't doing that, but there's a couple.
So have we talked with anybody outside of our district to try to find out what they may recommend? I mean, we put gates in, but I'm worried that we'll still have kids coming, or I'll have them driving over the grass, and we'll still end up the same place we're at.
Everybody's different. We've never had, the other 4 high schools don't have this problem, and most other high schools don't have this problem in the state. So to say that, this is really a situation that, from what we can tell, is just unique to Corner Canyon.
Do our officers have any recommendations? Some have been on the force for a long time.
Yeah.
Well, why don't you come up for just a second?
No.
You've been on the force for
And
30
please share with us your name.
Chuck Thoman, Sandy Police President Board, thank you. I don't have a lot of recommendations. I'd like to give you some information. I sent Mr. Wrigley via text message, but I guess he didn't see it. This isn't just a teenager problem, and it's not just a Corner Canyon High School problem. These groups have contacts throughout the valley. I've even seen people as far away as Ogden down here. They started in the parking lot of a Macy's around 7800 South and 13th East, mainly because there's a coffee shop up there that's open to the wee hours in the morning, and it became a magnet for this group. We started a lot of enforcement with them because of complaints from neighborhoods and noise. And then they started moving down to the Kmart parking lot as well as the high school. Draper will take their turn, as I refer to in our ping pong match. They start enforcing and then they move back up here. And it's mainly because of this coffee shop up in Sandy. But it does go back and forth and it is quite routine. And I've seen, like I said, people as far away as Ogden and people in their 40s out there drag racing. It's not just a student problem. I like the idea of the barriers. I think that'll reduce the amount of incidents you have, but enforcement alone is not going to get anyone out of this problem. Because today we may enforce 10 or 15 citations on people, and tomorrow might be 15 or 30 other people that aren't even aware of the enforcement. So, for whatever help that gives you.
Thank you. That was very helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So,
Mrs. Shield. Oh,
go ahead.
sorry, Mrs. Shield and then Mrs. Arnold.
So I just want to say thank you for your work on this to the administration. And I am in favor of just putting the gates. I mean, I just think safety has to be our top concern. And so I'm in favor of going forward with your plan.
Mrs. Arnold?
Similarly, I think that we are in a legal liability situation, and we brought this forth about Alta High School. Like last year, we had parents calling in and calling police officers in the way late mornings for the same reason. And we talked about, well, they'll just go over the curbs and over the lawn. But even if they go over the curbs and lawn, we could put up our gates on our streets, and we have put the signage up, and we have notified the officers. And I think once you start going down the checklist about what have you done, then you can verify that. Also, this isn't funny, but it is. If you raise those curbs just a little higher, those cars will get high centered. Now the trucks won't, can't do much about those, but the cars will, because they run in those little low running cars to get the best speed. So I don't know. You can put down tax strip around there. I don't know. No, can't do that.
The gates aren't going to stop everything. As we talk with the police, we do think that's going to be a big barrier.
No,
'cause
I
you're gonna-
think
really
I think
gonna have
it'll
to want
stop
that.
a lot of people. They're
Yeah, I
not
think
going
it's
to
gonna-
come over that lawn,
Yeah,
and they're not
that's-
going to come over those curbs and those low riding cars.
Yeah.
But they are going to go down the street to Alta, and so we'll just be back here talking about Alta in no time at all.
I think the other parking lots, they're designed not like this. This one's designed to where this could happen. At Alta, for instance, there's lots, we have it broken up in a couple ones, and there's lots of islands where it's not conducive to this type of
They're
the
right
racing.
next to the streets.
Yeah, the racing that we see there. Yeah, yeah, Holly.
Just two comments. First, could we look at maybe doing video surveillance as well as the gates? I think that might be helpful. And then maybe possibly even looking at the video surveillance at Alta in the event that maybe they just drive down the street that way. That may head off some of what's happening. And then my last thought was, I looked it up. It's not in the school community council safety report for Corner Canyon. And I would feel comfortable. I think it would be a good idea also to have this discussed at the school community council level, if this is what we're proposing to do, so that they can talk about it and their community can be aware. Because the funny thing is, I've talked to a lot of my community, and a lot of people who don't live right by the school actually didn't know it was happening. So there's a lot of, I think we need to kind of let our folks know too.
Absolutely. Yeah, we can make sure the school is aware of our proposal, and show them where we're looking at the ideas. On the cameras, we know that that's an issue, we've mentioned elementaries, the state has put out they've somewhat teased us a little bit with one-time safety money. And Kevin, Ray, and I have always got our eyes excited because that's the number one thing we would probably use this for is security cameras at our elementaries. The new ones, we put them in. The old ones, we have some in, but they're old analog. And so we'd obviously like to update those to digital. But, you know, the funding and which school and whatnot is problematic. So we're hoping to, you know, that's on our list to look at that way. And so that would be upcoming. So that's a big one. We know we can look at the surveillance. We'll have to get pricing and why, you know, I think the big thing is not so much the camera itself, but the wiring out there, the power out there to it. Because we'd have to, the buildings ones just are not, it's just far enough away. It's just not going to pick it up. You have to go, you're going to have to go out in the parking lot on light poles or other structures outside. Yeah.
Okay, Mrs. Oaks?
Thanks, Leon. That was one of the questions I was going to ask you is I know that Sid Dixon has talked to all of us, look for one-time money needs. And so that's helpful to know that you guys have your eye on that. As far as Alta goes, my experience with spending time over there, I have a hard time believing that the cars could get up to the same kind of speeds because the parking lot, the way it's split up, it just is not nearly the same. Some of the photographs that I've seen of things that have happened at Corner Canyon couldn't have even, you couldn't gain enough momentum in the Alta parking lot. And if we're not getting reports from the school that that's what's happening, I don't think that we across the board say we're going to put gates there. I'm interested in seeing how this functions first before we make that a policy in the other high schools.
And I don't think, I agree. I don't think it's with the layout of that parking lot and the three others, Jordan, Hillcrest, Bright, I don't think the same. I don't think that will be a problem at those other three. So especially Brighton where they're right across the street from the police office. So, yeah.
And to be clear, Alta High does have it in their school safety report. It's not racing, but it's other activities that are going on, which again is a liability issue for the district. So I'm also, to be clear, I'm not in favor of looking at gates, but looking at video surveillance, you know, things like when there's a lot of sad things that can happen. And so, and it's been mentioned in their school safety report, as well as I've had discussions with Steve Bailey about it. And administrators actually spend a fair amount of time looking at their video surveillance of things that go on in the hallways too. And when the resolution isn't very good, it takes them quite a bit of time to figure out who was it that started the fight even inside the school. So it may be something, as you were saying, that one-time funding. And here we've got, 4 or 5 other elementary schools that have mentioned it. So I think video surveillance might be a good thing to look at.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? So let's just, if you don't mind, I'll just try and wrap it up, and please help me if I didn't get it all right. It sounds like there will be signage changes, and that can happen pretty immediately for very little cost, right?
Correct, yes.
And that the working with the local police department, that can happen right away. Correct, and yes. With, you know, no cost to the district, maybe some public backlash.
Yeah, we'll keep working on this overtime where they send a couple of officers and.
Right, but that's something we've been doing, right?
Correct, yeah.
And then, and communicating with the other high schools and the city, keep doing that. So it's really, what I'm hearing is the gates and the video surveillance. So board, is that something that we're comfortable in giving them direction to proceed with, or do we feel like we need more information?
Well, I want more information about the video surveillance because I'm very suspicious that that would even be effective. I don't want to spend a ton of money on that if it's not even going to work. So, I mean, maybe bring us back information about that.
Why don't we, if you could give us a little time and you know, we talked about the incident command committee. I mean, we could bring it there if it's okay, and as a starting place, if the board's okay with that.
All right, Mrs. Arnold.
So I agree with Amanda in that I'm not quite sure I know the video helps, but I'm not quite sure how it helps. Because if you have cars out there racing in the parking lot and you take the video and you say, I have two Chevrolets here that are both black and they're racing. I don't know how the officers help us with that, first of all. And second of all, unless you have pictures of those people and or you have their license plates, it's not going to help us either. So I do believe that we need to do maybe some other video, like to clarify in the building maybe. But outside, I don't see how it's really going to help us identify them, give them a ticket or arrest them or anything. I don't see that. So I'm in agreement that maybe we can look into a cost, but right
Get
now
more
I think the
information.
gates are the gates are the safety thing to get them put in and stop some of the traffic.
Yeah, I think we need to talk with police departments across the district and get their input on surveillance. You know, the cameras you get, they're really not like on TV, right? You get an image and it's just, you know, you got to get really high resolution night vision cameras to pick up license plates and people, and have to get their input on that. So, yeah. So, Holly, yeah.
I'm sorry, just one last comment. I feel, to be fair to Steve Bailey, he was at Jordan High School, and with fights that are broken out in the parking lot and things, he says that currently our server capacity makes it so that we have to set the cameras at a lower resolution. So I think when we're talking about student safety, it maybe isn't necessarily with racing, but maybe it can capture to a license plate if it goes over the curb or something. But then also, I think they're talking about other student safety issues in the parking lot that just happen even during school hours.
Yeah, I'll have to check. I think our server capacity is okay, but we'll have to check that. Yeah, and that could be part of the report.
So that would be part of the information that you will bring back to us regarding
Yeah.
options for video surveillance. Okay. Any other comments? Mr. Wrigley?
Just before we put in the gates, can you check with the school community council and let them know what we're
Yeah,
thinking?
that was a point that. Aldi
Yeah,
brought up.
because I think it'd be like the portable showing up and them not knowing.
I think I think they know the issue there. Maybe it didn't get put in their minutes, but I know, you know, I think it has been brought up at some of the
Because I
meetings.
think we're going to capture in that, if
Yeah.
we don't do it right, we'll capture kids in the parking lot that just happen
Yeah,
to leave their car
there's a-
there and do something else and we won't be able to get out either.
Gates have their, yeah, they have a dual purpose and keep people out, but it could inadvertently keep people in, and that's why we didn't want to go there. So if we'll take that if that's all. We do it. Rick, on behalf of Rick and I, we really appreciate the board's support on this. It's been a issue for us, and so we really appreciate it. I appreciate Amanda, the new term. That's what my wife uses. I'm an attractive nuisance. So, so.
Okay, Leon,
Refer-
before we let you go, I think there are a couple other comments. Mr. Millerberg and then Mrs. Oaks.
Attractive nuisance, Mont. That's what accountants are, right?
You know, Leon, I will tell you honestly, I have never thought of you as an attractive anything.
Oh, that
Nuisance or anything else.
broken-hearted.
You do not look like a swimming pool, okay? Tell me what the time frame would be if you put gates up. What's your lead time for manufacturing?
I bet, like I said earlier, I think we're good 6 weeks out. One of the things that we've talked, I think we've talked with some of you, is, you know, in the winter months, it hasn't necessarily been a huge problem. We have problems. I want to emphasize that. It's been in the summer months. And so we're a little concerned once, you know, after spring break in April and the time change,
Mm-hmm.
I think that's when we're going to have maybe the problem back. So we're looking, it'll probably take a good 6 to 8 weeks to bid, manufacture, and install.
You know, and all joking aside, I do think that Amanda's point with an attractive nuisance is a real item. And that as a school district, if we do not take some action to mitigate and discourage that from happening, that we could be found culpable with what's going on. Now, I totally agree. What we're going to do is we're kicking the can down the road. I don't know if it'll be, probably not Alda, could be Jordan, could be moving across the river into our neighboring school district. But I think we have to move prudently to make sure that we protect what we're responsible for. And if it moves to another one of ours, then we have to do something then.
And that's what we've talked with the police about. the police and and us as the administration, we know that there's a problem and we need to do the best to mitigate that problem.
Okay, so you'll bring us more information on video surveillance options and costs and things. And that before moving ahead with gates, it will be brought to the school community council there so that they have opportunity to hear the concerns as well as the proposed solutions or remedies, however we want to look at it, even though we know nothing's, going to be 100% perfect on this. So, all right. Anything else? Did I miss anything? Okay. All right. Thank you so much. We appreciate all the work and effort and concern that you have put and the administration's put towards this. All right, board. Let's take about a 3 or 4 minute break, and then we'll reconvene for the business meeting. Okay. All right, we are ready to begin the business meeting portion. And I would like to welcome all of you to the meeting of the Canyons Board of Education. Again, today is January 19th, 2021, and we're meeting at the district offices located at 9361 South, 300 East in Sandy, Utah. And we want to welcome those of you that are joining us through the live stream. The first item is, well, it looks like I'm going to let Leon do some welcome because that is how it's listed on our agenda as well. So I apologize. I will turn the time over to Mr. Leon Wilcox, Business Administrator.
Thank you, Mrs. Tingy. As mentioned, I am Leon Wilcox. I'm the district's business administrator. I will conduct just the first portion of this meeting. Again, as noted, we are at the district office at 9361 South, 300 East in Sandy. Also should be noted that we do have all 7 board members present at the meeting. None are attending virtually. But we do welcome those who are here with us and joining us on our live stream. The first item of business for the board is to approve the agenda for today, January 19th, 2021. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I will move to approve the agenda for today, January 19th, 2021.
Thank you. Mrs. Schill has made the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Mrs. Arnold has seconded. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Voting is unanimous, so thank you. The next item is the Pledge of Allegiance. We will ask Board Member Steve Wrigley to lead us in that.
All stand, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. May be seated.
Thank you, Mr. Wrigley. The first item of business is item number 4. That is the reorganization of board leadership. Let me just give you a quick overview of that. Every 2 years after the general election, during the first business meeting of January of that year, which is tonight, we organize the leadership of the Board of Education by electing a board president and at least one vice president. I will go through the organization as outlined in policy. It's policy 100.1 board governance. It's on page 4 of that policy where it says election of board officers. The first item of business though that we do need to conduct or do need to determine is in the past we've had 2 vice presidents, which is outside the policy. So we need to decide, one, if someone wants to make a motion to continue that practice of having 2 vice presidents. And if there is no motion or the motion fails, we will go back to just having, well, we will just have 1 vice president, okay? Then we'll get into the nomination and voting procedures after that. So does the board want to discuss or make a motion on having 2 vice presidents?
I will move that we approve having 2 vice presidents
So we do have a
on our
motion.
board.
I'll second that.
And we do have a second. Is there any discussion to the motion? We do have,
You knew there would be discussion. My feelings are that we should stay within our own policy and have only 1 vice president. I feel that way because I feel like when you put 3 board members together, you're creating what I have called for the last 4 years, a super mini board, to where they meet together on a regular basis, they decide what items go on the agenda, and they can come to the balance of the board with the knowledge that all they need to do is convince one of the other 4 board members to carry a motion. I think it is something that is, what do I want to say? Very easily abused. And therefore, I think we should abide by our own policy and stay with but one vice president only.
Okay, so we do have a motion by Mrs. Schill and a second by Mrs. Arnold, and we have had discussion. Is there any further discussion as well?
Well, I would just like to speak to my motion. And I do appreciate what Mont just said. I do respect his opinion. As having served in board leadership, I mean, I think of it as just another committee of the board. And there's several committees where there's 3 of us on it. And we're actually just facilitating the work of the board. And we really do not discuss or make decisions. We just decide what is on the agenda. And I will just say having 3 people does spread out the work. It's a lot of work, and it does help to have 3 people to spread it out. To also, if there's ever a meeting that one of us cannot make it, then the other person can fill in. There's just a lot of responsibilities, and having 3 people does help. I mean, we have, you know, one of the biggest districts in the state, and so there's just a lot of work to do. And also, I think that's all. I mean, it also does help to, you know, spread the work around, let other people take turns leading, and that's my opinion.
Any other discussion? Board Member Team.
I would like to just clarify one thing about the agenda, that all that we would do is we meet with the superintendent and create a draft agenda. And then that draft agenda is shared with the full board for their input as well before it becomes finalized. And then also, I think I just want to clarify that in our board policy, it does allow for, and I'll quote from it, may appoint other officers from time to time following established procedure herein and according to, and then there's a citation from Utah State statute. And so I think that having 2 vice presidents is well within the bounds of our policy.
Okay.
And as long as Nancy's talking about the agenda, I don't know if any of the other board members have looked, but she's put together, and it's on board docs for any of us to look at, what should be on the agenda every month. So according to state statute, what we need to approve, it's a very good like guide. And then the superintendent will just bring other items, but we all have that guide that we could look at if we want, so.
Is there any other discussion? So again, we do have a motion and a second.
I was just going to say our sisters board, I believe, just recently put 3. So they've also adopted, Georgia School Board's also adopted this. It's been interesting, as Amber pointed out, over this last year with COVID, there's been a lot of work that's had to be done on the board, and being able to share that has been well. I could say that at no point during this time have we not, they have collaborated on any issue. I mean, sometimes we may think alike, but that's not the thing. So anyway.
And I do want to say something. I did text one of my friends that is on the Jordan board, and I said, so why did you guys decide to have 2 people in leadership, 2 vice presidents? And she's like, well, we've always had a vice president, vice president, and a secretary. It's just that we changed the name of secretary to board vice president. So she said they've always had 3 people in leadership. So that, I didn't even realize that myself. So that was interesting.
I would say, as President Tingy quoted, it says from time to time. I believe that there's been a second vice president now for 6 years, or is it
I
8?
believe 8 years.
8 years? And to me, from time to time means that it's a special occasion. 8 years tells me that that is more of a permanent attitude than a special occasion.
Well,
So,
I've been thinking all today that I wondered if I would like to ask the board policy committee to possibly look at changing it, because that way we don't have to have this discussion every 2 years. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if that's appropriate or not.
All good, all points. I think we've heard all the comments. I will now call for the motion again. The motion is to have two. We will not call them first and second vice president. That's okay. We'll just call them vice presidents. Two vice presidents. So again, a motion and a second. All in favor?
I,
I,
Any opposed?
Nay.
So motion carries 6-1. We'll now get to the nominations process. Let me just tell you how this will work, and it will follow the same for both the president and the two vice presidents as well. So any board member may make a nomination for any office, including the nomination of oneself. Nominations do not need to be seconded. A motion, a second, and a vote will close the nomination. So then we'll move on to voting. To be elected an officer, a nominee must receive the majority of votes cast. Voting shall be by raise of hand. Candidates for an office shall be voted on according to the order of nomination. The first nominee to receive the majority of the votes cast is elected to the office, and the voting for that office ceases. Is there any questions with that? Okay, so I will now accept nominees for the office of Canyons Board of Education President.
I'd like to make a motion to nominate Nancy Ting. I've worked side by side with her over this last several years. Amazing woman, especially this last year. To see the unbounding energy she's had and the time she's put into this thing. I feel that she's deserved the right to have a second term and running as president. So
Okay.
I will nominate her for that.
Again, we have a nominations for Nancy Tingy as board president. They do not need to be seconded,
I would second that.
but they do. Okay. All right.
Yes.
If there is a, per the policy, we need to have a motion and a second to close the nominations unless there is anyone else. who
so
would like to nominate.
I move to close the nominations for president of the board.
So-
I'll second it.
And so we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Oh, we're supposed to raise our hands, yeah.
Well, that's to close the nominations. Now we will, it gets a little, excuse the, I'm gonna blame the lawyer in the back on the policy for the, any wonkiness. Well, we will now vote on the nomination. Now we only have one nomination. The voting was unanimous to close the nomination. We only have one person nominated to be board president. That is Nancy Tingy. All in favor for Nancy Tingy to be board president of the Canyons Education. Canyon School District.
Aye.
Raise your hand.
All of the above.
Raise your hand. So the voting is unanimous, 7-0. Congratulations to President Tingy to continue to be our board president. We second that. She is a tireless worker, so thank you. We welcome you.
That
We
would
will
be
now
second on a-
go
in a
to
couple
the
months.
one of the vice presidents. Again, we will not distinguish these between first and second, but do I have any nominations for vice president of the Board of Education?
I would like to nominate Amanda Oakes as a vice president. I have watched her over the last couple of years, and I've seen exemplary leadership coming from her, and I think she would do a great job. And I think it would be nice to have some changes in board leadership.
So we have a nomination for Mrs. Oakes. Is there any other nominations, or would someone like to propose a motion to close the nominations? You don't have to second the nominations. But
so can we nominate the second person and we vote on that one first?
no, we're going to vote on
Nominate. everyone.
this one, the first
Okay.
person.
Well, I'm to close the nominations then for the first,
Okay, so we have,
not really the first vice president, but you know what I mean.
we have a motion to
first one.
close the nominations for this vice president office of the board. Do we have a second?
Second that.
So any discussion? If not, I will call for the motion to close the nominations. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We will now vote by raise of hand for on Mrs. Oaks. All in favor of Mrs. Oaks being a vice president for the Board of Education. Please raise your hand. Yes. The motion is unanimous, as I saw all hands raised, right? So 7-0. Congratulations to Amanda Oaks for being one of our vice presidents. We look forward to working with you. We will now I will now accept nominations for the other vice president of the Board of Education. Is there any nominations?
I'd like to nominate Steve Wrigley.
If there is any other nominations, or would someone like to propose motion that we close the nominations?
I move to close the nominations.
And is there a second?
I'll second it.
So we have a motion to close and a second. All in favor, please say aye. You don't need to raise your hands.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. So that is now closed. We will now vote by raise of hand on Steve Wrigley being the other vice president for the Board of Education. All in favor, please raise your hand. And that voting is also unanimous. So again, congratulations to our board president, Nancy Tingy, our board vice presidents, Amanda Oaks and Steve Wrigley. We look forward to working with you and excited for the next 2 years ahead. With that, that completes that agenda item. I will turn it over to you, President Tingy, for the balance of the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox, for conducting that important piece of business. And I just want to tell my fellow board members, I'm grateful for the kind words and the confidence that you have in me. And I look forward to serving alongside you. Okay, next item on our agenda, recognitions. We will turn the time over to Jeff Haney, Director, and Kirsten Stewart, Associate Director of Communications.
President Tingy, thank you for the time that you've given us to recognize the achievements of students, faculty, and staff in Canyon School District. Tonight, for our recognitions, we are celebrating the achievements of champions in our community. Now, those who are mentioned tonight will receive a letter of congratulations from the board and the superintendent, as well as a Canyons District keychain. So for tonight's recognitions, we will kick it off with Corner Canyon Charger Jackson Dart. Congratulations to Jackson, who has been named to the 2020 Mr. Football by the Deseret News. Now, this honor is reserved for the top prep athlete on all the football teams in Utah. He finished the season with 67 passing touchdowns. He came within 43 yards of breaking the state passing record. He also added 1,195 yards and 12 touchdowns to lead the Chargers to a perfect 14-0 record and a third straight state championship. And he recently announced that he plans to play for the USC Trojans. So congratulations to Jackson Dart, who is this year's Mr. Football, as announced by the Deseret News. Our next honoree is his teammate, Noah Kerr. The Deseret News named Noah as the most valuable player in 6A for the last football season. So over the past 4 seasons, but especially in 2020, Noah's consistency at wide receiver has helped elevate Corner Canyon to be one of the most dominant football teams in Utah. With him on the team, the Chargers have a 51-1 record. He finished the year with a whopping 97 catches for 1,918 yards and 22 touchdowns. with a 19.8 yards per catch average. His 1,911 yards is second only in state history. He's also number 2 in the record books for career receiving yards with 4,935 and career touchdown catches at 50. Noah is also number 1 at all-time receptions with 285 catches. And he announced that he plans to play at Weber State University, #Go Wildcats. Congratulations to the coach as well, who was one of 5 coaches named as a finalist for the All-American Bowl National Coach of the Year. So congratulations to these Chargers for this amazing achievement. You know, they won the state title, but the achievements kept rolling in. So congratulations to them. We also want to honor Hillcrest High School and Midvale Elementary School. These 2 schools have been named Schools of Excellence by the Utah State Board of Education. They were given this award for closing the opportunity gap for multilingual learners. Now, these awards are in recognition of the academic growth of the schools, especially those who are coming into our school system one step behind, but we're helping them get one step ahead. Midvale Elementary was one of 19 elementary schools selected from throughout the state to receive this honor. In order to be selected, schools were required to meet specific criteria, such as an enrollment of more than 400 students, with at least 80 to 100% of the students being economically disadvantaged. The criteria also required at least 40% of the students to be English language learners and to show annual progress. Hillcrest was one of 8 Utah high schools to be designated as a Utah High School of Excellence. To qualify for the award, the schools had to have more than 800 students, with 25 to 50% of the students being economically disadvantaged. And this award targeted schools with multilingual learners comprising of 10 to 15% of the student population and 25 to 45% of students achieving annual growth scores. Congratulations to Hillcrest and Midvale, the Huskies and the Mustangs. We also would like to mention that last Thursday was Canyons District's first COVID-19 vaccination clinic. And I think it's not an understatement to say that hope is definitely in the air. The Salt Lake County Health Department last week provided us 1,280 doses to start the administration of the vaccine to teachers and education support professionals. Now, each week, as you know, the county will provide to us available doses. Now, a total number of doses is provided to all 5 of the school districts in Salt Lake County. We're provided a percentage of those doses based on our enrollment. Each Thursday at Mount Jordan Middle School, we will hold our vaccination clinic and will provide the opportunity for our employees to be vaccinated for the novel coronavirus. This week, we have been provided 480 doses, invitations to our employees, which were extended to our oldest employees first, and then we continued to extend the invitations to our employees in descending age order. We have already, this week, we received 455 acceptances of those invitations to be inoculated this Thursday. Actually, Steve Diamond told me just a few minutes ago, it's 456. So we just have a few more doses to assign to employees so we can meet the total of 480. We don't want a single dose to go unused. So we will keep going every Thursday until all of our employees have an opportunity to be inoculated for the virus. So we want to give a big shout out to Human Resources, especially Steve Diamond, for being our point person in planning. Also, many departments stepped up to volunteer and help our employees get through our first vaccination clinic And then every week after that, we'll have a core of volunteers from the district office to help run our vaccination clinic. On average, it takes Canyons district employees 30 minutes to go through the vaccination clinic. We understand that at other clinics, it takes about an hour to an hour and a half to go through the line to get their vaccination clinics. This shows the level of planning and organization on behalf of the clinic organizers. So a pat on the back and a tip of the hat to those in our staff who have worked so hard to make sure that our clinics run really smoothly. We'll keep going until we don't have to worry anymore, at least cross our fingers. So as you know, after the first dose, we will plan 28 days 28 days where our employees will then get our second dose. So we have a running list of all the employees of when they received their dose, and so we can plan appropriately for those to receive their second doses. And our next recognition is for Karen Sterling. Today, Karen Sterling, who is the Director of Student Advocacy and Access, seen here doing what she does best, which is to give support to students who need just a little help to do big things. She announced her retirement. She'll leave us at the end of the year. Now, for those of you who know Karen, you know that she arrives every single day at the district office with a cell phone in one hand and a Diet Coke in the other, with a whole bunch of documents trailing behind her. She arrives already working on behalf of students in our district, the students that she serves, whether they are experiencing homelessness, learning English, attending high poverty schools, or mustering the courage to return to school as an adult. Karen, who was the 2012 Apex Award winner for District Administrator of the Year, makes sure that every student receives the support and opportunities they need to achieve academic success. Karen is one of the founding administrators of Canyons District and was one of the architects of our academic plan. She will be greatly missed, not just by her colleagues, but by the students, many of whom don't even know that she is their biggest cheerleader. So congratulations to Karen on such a wonderful career, and we will miss her greatly. President Tingy, we turn the time back to you.
Thank you, Jeff. Next item is patron comments. And I am not aware of anyone that has signed up to address the board this evening. So we will move next to the consent agenda. And so I will ask for a motion to approve the items listed on the consent agenda. And please, in making that motion, will you read the items?
I'll make the motion. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda, which includes item A, approval of minutes from December 15th, 2020 board meeting. Item B, approval of minutes from January 5th, 2021 board meeting. Item C, approval of hire and termination reports. Item D, approval of purchasing bids. Item E, approval of December financial reports. Item F, approval of TSSP and land trust amendment for Midvale Middle School. Item G, approval of TSSP and land trust amendment for Bella Vista Elementary School. Item H, approval of TSSP and land trust amendment for East Midvale Elementary School. Item I, approval of TSSP and land trust amendment for Crescent Elementary School. And item J, approval of TSSP and land trust amendment for Lone Peak Elementary School.
Thank you. We have a motion, and is there a second to the motion? When we get a second, then we can have discussion to the motion.
I'm wanting to amend the motion.
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion and a second, and now we have discussion to the motion. Mrs. Nybar.
I would love to get a little more specifics on the East Midvale plan It was general to me where it was allocated the funds to supplies and equipment. Would love to have any further explanation. I didn't find any objections with anything else and thought everyone else's plans were very specific and easy to follow.
Okay, so are you making a substitute motion to approve these items with the exception of item H?
Yes, I would like to pull item H for further discussion and maybe do some find out questions with that school specifically.
Okay, is it, so there is a substitute motion. Is there a second to the substitute motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. So now we will have discussion to the substitute motion. And your question is on East Midvale Elementary School, and I'm not sure who is here that could speak to that. Why don't, do you want to mention your specific question? And if
Yes.
we can't figure it out as a board, then we will
Yes, I,
have the superintendent get someone that can
most,
help us.
most of these schools, the amendments were because the funds were allocated to things that because of the COVID disruption, we weren't able to spend it that way. And the East Midvale with the notations on supplies and equipment, I didn't see, I invite you fellow board members to take a look, but I just had questions about it. I felt it was pretty general. And I'm not exactly sure what the spending's going to.
I actually thought theirs was the most detailed, so now I'm confused. Now I need to look at that.
Okay,
here.
let's see, is seeking your,
It looks like it says, we are seeking to approve the changing funds that were previously allocated to pay a half a FTE and to use those funds to pay for Chromebooks now. So they're choosing to change the FTE to Chromebooks.
right, and then there's a list of the new budget proposal and what the funds will be going towards.
Paying for.
Yeah, it looks like he's just explaining it in the first couple paragraphs of his letter up at the
Budget.
top.
Original budget.
So it sounds like they did not need to use that money for a half of an FTE, and so they're wanting to use it for, looks like Chromebooks, calm corner materials, swivels, headphones, and 95% group materials.
And Apple TVs.
And I apologize, I just looked, I had two different sets of notes. So my notes are wondering about the Chromebooks because our district as a whole has paid for the one-to-one. Yes, so
Okay,
question on that.
So that question, I will ask Mr. Wilcox to come up. So the question is, schools are buying Chromebooks, but then there was also a purchasing bid for the district to purchase Chromebooks.
Yes, a good question on that. On the purchasing bid, let me just address that first with the 6,100 Chromebooks. We probably needed to be a little bit more explicit. We said elementary, but that is actually going to cover all three levels there. So I apologize for that. So those 6,100 Chromebooks will be used at all three levels. The main thing we need these 6,100 Chromebooks for is for testing. Starting state testing, starting next year, the Chromebooks will have to have what they call a software of G4 or 5 to be able to participate in statewide testing. The older Chromebooks, which have an operating system of G3, will not support state testing for next year. So we need to purchase those Chromebooks district-wide. It will also continue with our one-to-one initiative at the the middle and the high schools of every student having a Chromebook next year for their own purposes. We will bring the fee schedule to you and how we'd like to pay for that as well in a couple board meetings out. And what our purpose is going forward with the students and having their own Chromebook device. But that's still about 2 board meetings away. So that's for that. And also we want to have what we call a one-to-one in the elementary schools. Now the students will not take the the device home unless it's, maybe a snow day or some sickness or something like that.
Mhm.
But they will have we want a device for every student in the building. So, you know, uh, so, I have two boys in elementary school. Their class would have a device where each student in that class would have access to a Chromebook. And so if all 600 kids at any elementary school, would have 600 Chromebooks at one time. We also plan to supplement those with iPads for the kindergarten and first grade for that. So that's that. Then on the schools, they also have lots of schools buy additional Chromebooks for labs and carts and special purposes that way. So, and that's been a big expense this way. I think 4 or 5. I know Dr. Daddle's been on the phone there trying to get the answer for East Midvale, but other buy Chromebooks to also, if you will, help build onto their inventory in case they have breakages or something like that with the Chromebooks, or just need extra to support the initiative. So that's what I think most of these amendments are for these land trust and TSSP ones. So.
Okay. Thank you, Leon, for giving us that information. And board, my apologies. I think the proper procedure was to go ahead and take action on the substitute motion, and then we would have this discussion. So if you don't mind, let's back up just a minute. And we do have the motion on the table is to approve the consent agenda items as listed with the exception of item 7H. So let's go ahead and take action on that, and then we can have another motion to following the discussion on that item. So is that clear? All right. All in favor of the motion on the table, which I just stated a moment ago, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay. One nay on the consent agenda items.
I want to go back to the original motion.
Oh, okay. Of the motion that we just took a vote on, yes. And that motion did pass 6-1. Okay. And then, okay, so now we have item H which we have had discussion on. And so it would be appropriate to have a motion to approve item H and then have any further discussion.
I would make the motion that we approve item H under the consent agenda.
I'll second that.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Now, we have had some discussion. Is there further discussion on this item?
I guess I have a follow-up question. Like at Draper Park Middle School, our SCC had funds allocated to the technology as well that we amended because of this funding from the district. So is this to replace maybe outdated Chromebooks, or we're not duplicating the funds that the district has made as a whole for the Chromebooks? Is that correct?
I believe that's what Mr. Wilcox said, that this is not a duplication. It's in addition to.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Like replacement.
Okay, seeing none, I'll call for a vote on the motion, which is to approve item 7H on the consent agenda. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, that passes. Thank you. Okay, we are now at item 8A, Midvale City Main Street CDA proposal. And I will turn the time over to Mr. Leon Wilcox, Business Administrator. And Board, this is a second reading.
You are now unmuted.
Thank you, President Tingy. Again, as you mentioned, this is the second reading for the Main Street CDA in Midvale City. Back behind me in the back there is Cody Hill. Cody came to you last board meeting. He is he's the manager of this RDA's. He's the CDA manager at Midvale City. Appreciate Cody being here tonight. On the line, I believe we have Randy Sant. Randy is our third-party consultant, independent reviewer of CDAs. Randy, are you there? Can you hear us?
Yes, I am. I'm on the line.
Okay, great. Thank you, Randy. We'll be getting to you in just a moment. And also, I believe Nate Rockwood is on the line. Nate, can you hear us? Nate, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, great. If you remember, Nate is the director of redevelopment for Midvale City. He was here at our meeting last time, is joining us remotely. If it's okay, how we've structured this is Cody would like to just review a couple. Again, last time we went in depth on the project itself. And so that presentation is still out there. We just updated it, moved it forward to this one on board docs for you. So we don't want to spend any time going over that. Cody just wants to do a brief update of a couple things. So his slides are about 1 through 10. What we did is try to, instead of having 3 presentations, combine it all into one presentation for ease of access here. And then we'll have Randy, I'll introduce Randy, and then he will go over his review of the project and his recommendations and what he saw in his project as well. And so then we'll go to that point. Then I had a couple slides on what we've done in the past on our CDA. So I'd like to just take a couple minutes with that. So with that as a backdrop, I'll turn it, and maybe if it's okay, we could have questions at the end once all 3 of us get through. And I think that might facilitate things. But I'll turn it over to Cody to go through the first group of slides here.
All right. Thank you, Leon, and thank you, school board members. I really appreciate your time and the opportunity to present to you again and follow up with some a little bit more details on some questions that you had from last time. And as Leon said, I'll be brief and hopefully specific as to the questions, answering the questions that you had. One question was, where exactly is this? If you remember that there was a benchmark for the budget, there's a $27 million cap and then a $15.5 million cap, and that's contingent on a 300,000 square foot office building going in. One question was, where would that be located? And this map kind of shows where Main Street is with that yellow line, and then that blue circle on the north end is where that office building would go in. Another, I thought I'd just provide some information more generally on how tax increment works, and then also very specifically to the school district. And so the base taxable value that we're proposing is tax year 2019, which is 58.7 million. And with your property tax rate shown there, 0.007, the revenue that you're getting from that is 412,000. So that was what we call the base year value and the base year revenue. And this agreement doesn't touch that money at all. That's money that is there that you're going to be continuing to be getting, and does not contemplate redirecting any of those funds. What we do look at is the potential for supporting growth. And the growth that we anticipate would be about 183.7 million, an 8-year straight line build out of 113 million, plus the value from that large office building. And so what we're proposing is the agency collecting 60% of that incremental growth. So from that 183 million, and the agency, so agency taking 60% and the school district taking 40%. And that is what it looks like graphically. So that dark blue at the bottom is that base year value, that 400,000. That's what the school district is getting and will always get. And then that lighter blue is the 40% that you're retaining. And then that green portion is the 60% that would be participated to the agency to help overcome impediments to development that we discussed last time, the infrastructure, the parking, the overhead power lines, the blight in the area. And then I always like to show year 21 or sooner if we hit the cap sooner, which is all of that additional revenue and the base year value going to the school district. Some specifics that were asked was what is the Art Center partnership opportunities? What exactly are we talking about here? Some opportunities that we see are for basically elementary school art docents to be able to have supplies there, plan lessons there, get inspiration there. Having elementary schools or other schools tour the arts facility, and also holding classes there. We see that as also a potential. We love Main Street, and we want people to come there to enjoy it, and for it to be an opportunity for residents as well as students to come and also appreciate and explore the arts there. There was a question about affordable housing and what partnership opportunities are there. And one of your policies is the district and municipality will collaborate on the housing, set aside funds to benefit district and public employees. And we're very supportive in that policy. We'd love to work together with any of your staff on discussing housing needs from employees and working together to fill those needs, and creating preferential policies as far as getting affordable housing situations, affordable housing money. We're very interested in partnering with the school on that. And then another question that you and also actually Salt Lake County had, and a concern was, what about the existing residents? What about the existing businesses? Are we going to develop everyone out of there, basically? And we don't want that to happen. We have a couple of programs there. We have a revolving loan program that will help existing businesses to improve their facades, improve their equipment, to upgrade to more energy efficient equipment. And we also have housing programs. We're also looking at studying the situation, looking at how many businesses and residences are owner occupied and how many of those are renting, and seeing how we can further aid anyone that is actually displaced in staying in the area and staying in Main Street. So if someone is renting a building for a business and looks like they're going to get pushed out, helping them relocate within that area. That's another objective that we will undertake. And then one question was, what will Main Street CDA do with the 20% for affordable housing? And we have a program for upper floor affordable housing program where we will support the development of second, third floors being developed for housing, businesses on the bottom, and making sure that those upper floors are available at affordable levels at 80, 60, 40% AMI, the average medium income. And also, obviously, as I said before, partnering with the school district on making sure that there are affordable housing options available to school district employees and other public employees as well. So, as I said, that was brief, and I hope it was specific enough and what you were looking for.
We'll have Cody not go too far because we'll bring him back for any questions that you have in just a moment. I just want to introduce Randy. Randy's been a huge help to me as we've gone over this CDA and the past ones we've done. He's an expert in this field. He's been in the redevelopment office for Sandy City, worked there for a while, and as well as other places. It's interesting, last week I talked with Randy and he just got off the phone with Jeff Stevens, the superintendent at Weber School District, on a CDA they're doing up there. So other school districts will reach out to Randy for his input and guidance. So I appreciate him. Randy, I will turn it over to you. I will run the slides here for you if you just want to tell me when, I'll move the screen forward. So I'll turn it over to you.
Okay. Thanks, Leon. Before I get started, I want to thank the board for the opportunity to review this project. And also, I want to thank Midvale City for the great job they did in preparing the report that we needed to review. I have looked at a number of these different redevelopment projects over the past few years, and Midvale did an excellent job of providing the information that I think is critical to the district to make a informed decision about whether or not to participate in the project area. Quickly, a little bit of my background. I've been doing this for about 30 years. I've worked with a number of redevelopment agencies throughout the state of Utah. I'm very familiar with Canyon. I worked for Sandy City when Canyon School District was created, and had an opportunity to come in with a couple of projects in the early stages of this. I also want to thank the board and Leon for putting this policy together. I think you should know that your policy has become an example for many other school districts that they are using for outside review. Leon, let's skip to, let's not go through, again, given time, let's not spend a lot of time about the items that were reviewed for the report. If you could go to the slide that talks about my findings and verification, which I think is 3N. I'll just set for the record that my review basically took on 3 different themes. First of all, my review is based upon the administrative regulations that were set by the board, which is 200.5-2 and 205-3. And so I spent my time looking at those considerations and whether or not the redevelopment agency has addressed those, and whether or not the information that was provided on those informations was accurate and correct, and more importantly, can it be achievable? I think that that's something that we needed to determine is, were numbers inflated, were numbers not accurate given the market? And so we spent our time looking at those 3 themes. So I won't spend the time. The first slide, you can see those. They're in your packet, the items that were reviewed for the report. Let me turn to my items and my findings, because I think that that's what we need to focus on for the time that I'm making my presentation. The first thing is that your policy outlines that we need to determine whether or not there is a return on investment. We need to look at the impact of the district's participation versus non-participation, and make an opinion or give you opinion of whether the participation in the tax increment project is in the best interest of the district. The first thing I will state for this is that a revitalization of a downtown area is a unique and different project. It's not really a true redevelopment project that you're familiar with, where maybe a office is being built or a manufacturing facility is being built. This basically is truly what we call redevelopment, meaning that there's already existing uses there, and either those uses are not living up to their full potential, or they're not generating the revenues that a community would like to see. So the idea of a downtown revitalization project is that you are looking to do infill development, you're looking to change uses within that area that could increase values, like if you have vacant parcels of ground right now that are being used for parking, that might have a better use, and you could put the parking someplace else. I recall at the last meeting that there was some discussion about a couple of downtown areas. One in particular I remember was Kaysville. I apologize because I don't remember what board member brought that up, but they mentioned about the Kaysville being a nice downtown area. Well, I was involved in the creation of a redevelopment project area for Kaysville that took that downtown in. And without the infusion of the redevelopment agency using TIF, Kaysville wouldn't have been able to accomplish some of those themes that they've done. A couple of other communities that have worked on their downtown areas, or Brigham City is another one I can think of, and Payson also did that. So my first finding is that it is difficult to accomplish revitalization in the downtown without some type of infusion of a cash. One of the things, and we'll get into that in a minute, was we did look at, and I did ask for the city to provide me a list of projects and money that they have spent trying to bring the downtown along without doing a redevelopment project area, and I'll get that to you, and I'll get to that finding in just a minute. Basically, I did concur, and I did look at the numbers that were provided by the redevelopment agency on the net benefit and the ROI. And as we've stated, that the average net benefit after the projected 8-year build out would be between 250 to 463,000. And that really depends on whether or not there is excess of the office development. So the higher number is based upon a 300,000 square foot office being built in the area. The lower number would be without that. The net present value of over 20 years of the 2.8 to 5.7 is accurate. I believe that can be accomplished, again, assuming that the aggressive build out that the agency is proposing can be reached. And the ROI is between 45 to 60%, depending on the office development. Again, we looked at these numbers, and we believe our opinion is they are accurate and they're not overinflated. The next slide deals with the participation versus non-participation. And really the question here is, will the project area have an increase in value without any TIF participation? And what we had found is, as we looked at the numbers and we went back and did some of our own evaluation of the growth within this downtown, basically we believe that this area will not grow. In fact, we think that we disagree with the agency a little bit. We think that if there's not action taken in this downtown area, that the values will decrease, which would mean or an erosion into the existing base year value that currently you are receiving off of this. We drove the area, we looked at the area, we looked at the development in that area, and it could actually qualify, in my opinion, as a blighted area, and there needs to be something to happen. So the real simple thing is that I believe, and it's my opinion, that if you do not participate in this project area, you will actually see a decrease in your value in this particular area, because I don't think it will grow. I think even with adjustments with assessed value that the county sometimes goes through, I just don't think there'd be that much of a value. I think the property will devalue actually over a period of time. We do believe that that redevelopment within the downtown core will require a TIF participation if it's to be a successful area. And again, I mentioned areas, other cities that have done this, that have seen success in their increased values, and I mentioned a couple of those to you. The other thing that we've indicated is that housing values within or outside of this project area will decline without intervention. Again, there's something mentioned about the neighborhoods that surround this area and whether or not they will grow or they won't grow. We believe that if there is no development within this area, that if it remains the same, that housing value and that housing stock will deteriorate. However, if they do start some development and put some housing into the downtown area, that could actually start seeing some increased values. Some of the things we've noticed with other downtowns is as they develop their downtowns, the residential neighborhoods that surround those areas start to improve. Property owners begin to see, especially the property owners that are within the community or within the area, begin to see that, hey, if I start investing in my property, perhaps there could be an opportunity for me to get better rents and to meet the market that will go. So we think that both the downtown will decrease in value, as well as I think you'll start seeing impact on the housing areas that are outside of this area. We do believe that your participation will increase the assessed value within the project area, which will result in additional taxing revenues for the district, and that would happen at a much faster pace. So we do believe that your participation will result in revenue and benefit to you over a period of time. Whereas if you don't benefit, then we believe that the area will continue to see declining values. One thing that to note is that we think we were surprised at the agency's aggressive plan of an 8-year build out. I've talked with the agency a little bit about that, but they do have plans in place. They have marketing programs. Excuse me. They have other programs that I believe will help with the that aggressive build out, and particularly as they start to do some of the infill development and just start working on trying to increase the housing stock within there and look at taking some of that vacant property, which would probably be the first things I think they'll be able to work on fairly quickly, is some of that vacant property within that area that is currently being used for parking and other low value type of uses, that they can begin to increase the base year value and start development within that area. The next slide is some of the financial considerations that needed to be looked at in, again, looking at your revenue or your criteria for participation. We do believe that the anticipated development, which is the office, residential, and some of the new commercial, will grow the tax base as projected in the project area budget. We've looked at other downtowns that had similar types of programs. We took a look at some of the values that they had projected in some of their budgets, and we found out that the growth was pretty accurate to the anticipated growth rate that Midvale is projecting for this particular project area. There is a dollar cap for the budget, and the district's participation is required. The 60% rate is reasonable. In fact, I believe if you were to look at other projects that you have participated, this is probably one of the lower ones for the passing 60% rate. The requested length of participation of 20 years is reasonable based upon the 60% participation. And we do believe the cost of the district services, which would be any educational cost for any new residential development that might occur within this area, would be very minimal and would be paid for with the 40% that's being retained by the district. In fact, we think this will actually contribute something towards you in addition, since you don't have to pay a lot of the educational costs that come with students that would be within the residential being planned. This would actually be able to be used in other areas within your budget. We did look at the housing development being proposed. We did find that the proposal is for mainly studio 1-bedroom apartments. There's not a lot of 2-bedroom demand. That concurs with the current market. Most of the new housing that's being built in other areas is on the student or the studio 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom, but there's very little 3-bedroom being built. And the reason being is that you get to the point that you need 3 bedrooms, then the cost that you pay for rent would be very similar to probably what you'd be paying for an actual home. The other financial considerations is we did look at the 3% requested administrative fee. We looked at also with our with other project areas that we've worked on. We find that to be reasonable, and we believe that 3% will cover the anticipated costs associated with the RDA management of the project area. And we also believe that the proposed project has demonstrated future value for the district by increasing the assessed value within the project area and at a minimal cost of services to the district. We also went in and looked at the proposed use of funds for this. The budget as being proposed would look at 45% of that being for a parking structure. But we believe the parking structure becomes a benefit to the project area because it will open up other land that is currently being used for parking for other development. And when you're looking at an infill type of project where you're looking at bringing in new commercial or you're looking at bringing in office and other things, parking is a premium. And if you can concentrate that parking in one particular area and not have it be in many different areas, it actually will allow you to see other property being developed and being used in a more functional way. We also looked at the other costs being used. I think it's important to note, and Cody brought it up in his presentation, that we believe a revolving loan fund is important because that can be used by existing businesses as well as new businesses to come in to try to help keep what you want and to improve areas where that needs to be improved. So the other items that were budgeted are good items that would help with the increase of assessed value, which I think is important. You want to show that your money is going to be used and so that the value or the development will increase the value and you benefit from that. Now, we do have a couple of recommendations that we would have the board consider, and some of these would be in your interlocal agreement that you would approve. We do believe that there should be that participation should not exceed 60% for 20 years. We think that's reasonable. We also think you should have the right, you reserve the right to review your participation rate in the event that the county participates at a lower rate. One of the things is that the redevelopment agency is still got other taxing entities they need to meet with to get their approval. And the next big one is the county. And all we're trying to say there is if the county does come in at a lower rate, the agency should at least come back to you, tell you what that rate is, and then give you some information that what if you were to participate at the same rate, how that would impact the budget. We also think that the agency should provide a plan to you on the use of the affordable housing money and collaborate to determine if the district has a need for any affordable housing. Cody indicated in his presentation earlier that they would be willing to do that. But I think what they need to do is come back and show you how they're using that affordable housing, and then, of course, find out if you have any need, if you have some teachers coming in or some new employees coming in that need affordable housing and would like to be in the Midvale area, that would be offered to you to your district use as a priority. We also think that the interlocal agreement should require that the larger $60 million investment, which is the office, should be undertaken or substantially completed within a specific time. And if it's not, then the primary budget, which is a lower budget, would be applicable. In other words, we don't think you should give the agency, a number, 10 years as a 20 years to try to put an office building together. We think that should be done fairly early in the development process. I think the agency would know within probably 3 or 4 years after they trigger that whether or not they're going to be able to bring that office user in, because that would be one of the first things that you would probably be going after. And I think the agency has in the interlocal agreement a time for that, and I think it's in that recommended 3 to 5 year period of time. Also, we would recommend that the district require on an annual basis a report on the progress being made on the development within the project area. In other words, they do a November 1st report, which is good, but we think they need to come in and update you on the progress being made on developing that 8-year plan. In other words, are they getting the increased values each year that they had anticipated? And the reason I recommend that is because it gives you a better idea of whether or not they're going to meet those numbers that you have approved in the budget. Are they going to get to that $112 million build out, and are they going to be able to do that over 8 years? So in my mind, that could either be a verbal report or it can be a written report to the district, but they should come back and have some accountability as to what they've been able to do as far as the progress on making the development happen. And again, I make that recommendation because I believe the 8 years is an aggressive period, and you should know whether or not that will be able to be reached within that 8-year period of time, or if it's going to take some additional time for that development to get to that projected increased value that they've been talking about. There are some other considerations that we looked at that is also in your report. We believe that you give favor to development that brings in office, manufacturing. A key component to this development is an office building. We think that should be considered favorable by the district. Again, even the other development that's being done, there is housing being proposed, but the housing being proposed is not a housing that would impact the services that need to be provided to the district. The retail that would come in, it's minimal. It's not a significant portion of the project, but there is some new additional retail that would come in, which is a consideration. It's not the number one consideration you like, but it is a consideration that you have in your policy to consider. The trigger date is within your 3-year requirement. I think one thing that should be noted about Midvale, I believe Midvale has demonstrated significant success in other established project areas. That was brought up in your meeting about some of the values that have been created in their other project areas. I think they've been a very good partner with all of the taxing districts by really taking property that had very little or no value to the taxing entities, and has done significant development and has used their increment wisely to increase that valuation within their project areas. And the last thing I do want to mention is we did ask the city, because it was brought up in the presentation, that the city had spent dollars in earlier years to try to bring development within that project area, or within that area they've identified as project area, and they hadn't been very successful. I asked them to break out and to give me a breakout of how much money they have spent in previous years, and that's come up to an estimated of almost $10 million. That included building a city hall within that area. It included bringing a senior citizen in that area. It included doing some infrastructure in that area. So they've tried to make investments within that area on their own to try to bring it up, but unfortunately the success has not been there. So that's kind of what our report is. I think with those recommendations, we do believe that it does meet your criteria that you've established. We do believe it's a good project. However, it's an aggressive project, and I think that's important to note that this is going to take a lot of work on the agency and a lot of focus on the agency to bring about the values. But I believe that area does have the potential to bring the value that the Midvale Redevelopment Agency has presented to you. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Randy, for that report. If you could hang on the line for just a second, I want to hit a couple of the last couple of slides here, and then we'll turn the time over for the board to ask Cody or Randy or myself any questions. I just want to quickly review a couple of the projects since we've been a district, what we've agreed to in the past. I think that's helpful as you look at evaluating this project on some of the ones. I don't want to go into detail. You can see the projects, the Sandy 114th, that's the Shields. The TOD is the one over here by Jordan High. The Sandy Civic is the one by Hell Theater, the Mountain America, the parking structure there. The front runner in Draper, that's been a big one. You know, that was a long time ago, but that's out there in West Draper. You can see and then the most recent one we did was the Plural site, which is the South Mountain one. And then of course we did the one up on Cottonwood Heights, the Canyon Center. You can see the dates on those. I kind of look at these projects and CDAs as like your children, right? They're all your children, but each one's a different one. And each one has its own personality, its own purpose, okay? And so they're all different. And so some take a large acreage, like the one out in West Draper. That's some 350 acres. whereas the one over here on TOD is, 20 or 30 acres, okay? And so you're gonna have the value go up or down on based on that. So you can also see the years and the value that these are brought in, that's the increase, what do we call the increase or the increment value increase. So the Draper front runner's gone up 554 million since we've approved that value. And the same with the health center and they call it the Sandy Civic North area, but that area as well. And also you can see the ones that we've done and I hesitate to say we've, because as the Canyon School District Board, we have not approved one in Midvale City. That's the one city we have not done one in since we've been aboard for 12 years. However, the Jordan School District did approve 2 there. One is the Bingham Junction. They're both in 2004 roughly. And the Jordan Bluffs, the Bingham Junction, of course, built out with Overstock and Top Golf. That's been a big one. That's about 350 acres, approaching 870 million in the value. So that's gone way up there. The Jordan Bluffs has just started going. We've talked about the boundaries, elementary school boundaries there because of the growth there with the housing. And of course, the Wells Fargo will be putting in a 400 square foot data process. No, excuse me, Zions Bank is putting a 400 square foot data processing center there. So that one's just started, so that will grow quite a bit. You can see the CSD share is what we're getting, so the agency keeps the remainder. So on those 2, we get 20% and they get the 80%. So this is actually better that we get the 40% versus the 60. I just also want to talk, but as I say, each one of these is different, but this is really the first infill, as Cody and Randy have talked about, really the first infill one we've done, where structures are already there. The others have pretty much been a vacant field lot, and they've gone in and developed it up. So this is different in that regard, and it's greatly different. I think it should be noted that way. Also, the parking structure, parking's always an interesting thing. Those of you who've helped design the high school buildings, we spent an enormous amount of time going over parking and how to maximize parking. And I'll say that I'm not sure parking increases our graduation rate or our AP scores, right? I think it has an indirect effect, but probably not a direct effect. But because if you can't park there, the students may not come. But parking is a big deal. People just outside of downtown Salt Lake, just aren't willing to pay for parking in Utah, I would say. And so that's just not where we're at right now as a state and a community. So even though parking is always building a parking structure as we've used the funding in the past projects, I do see that as a necessity because it will be required to build this up here. A couple things that I would recommend, again, in the interlocal, Randy hit on those. One would be, make sure the housing goes to this area. That's 20% set aside. And so we can, and also that if, as mentioned, if there's a benefit to our teachers or our other employees to access this, they should get priority as well. And I also think on the cap, President Ting and I talked about this before. I'm thinking we should just break out our share of the cap. It's in the whole agency, it's about 27 million. Ours is roughly half of that. It's about 13.8. I think in the interlocal, we should just break out our share in case the state raises the basic rate or something like that. We could be done, a little sooner that way. But other than that, again, the interlocals on board docs, what you have. So again, we won't be taking action tonight, but is there any questions or any information you would like us to bring back? I'll ask Cody to come up here within 6 feet of me.
Okay,
and
board.
Randy's on the line too.
And well, before we turn it over to questions, I want to thank Midvale City, Cody, and Randy as well for your work in getting this information to us and for responding to the requests for the information from our last discussion. So thank you very much. I know a lot of work has gone into this and I appreciate that. Okay, board, questions? Okay, Mr. Millerberg and then Mrs. Nybauer.
I've got a bunch of questions. Just looking at the map, the one that jumps out at me first is you have the $60 million office building that you're proposing be built down by 7200 South. And I don't know how close that is to where the homeless shelter is. And the homeless shelter is one concern. The other concern is, my gut feel is what we're trying to do is restore Main Street in Midvale, and that is far away from Main Street. You know, even though 7th West is 7th West, Main Street really kind of ends around 7th Avenue. And I just don't know that that office building there is going to do much to help us renovate Main Street in Midvale.
Yeah, I can speak to that. So the map was actually drawn 6 years ago when the project area plan was initially envisioned. And at that time, we were thinking that this, I think it's about 112 acres, would improve, you know, including that portion north would include improvements that would benefit that whole area. And so, yes, that narrow strip, you know, that Main Street, that yellow line, the office is, like you said, it's not exactly adjacent to it. It's kind of off onto the corner of that area. And to be frank, my initial budget did not include the office in it. It was just a $15.5 million budget. When the developer of the office came to us and said, you know, we might be interested, we might be able to make this work with some support from the agency. It was at that point that we realized that, you know, we could support this development. We could bring in a key component that would help the school district, which wants a large office building, wants good jobs here, in addition to having additional revenues that would feed in and support Main Street. So although it isn't necessarily adjacent to or, you know, right in that area, having it included in the area would provide revenues that would support initiatives and programs to support Main Street.
Yeah. My hope was that I would see some proposal that would renovate Main Street buildings to where we could attract engineering firms, accounting firms, attorneys, and different businesses such as that to occupy Main Street, which would do a lot as far as rehabilitating that area. But the office building clear down to 7200 South, to me, fails to, what do I want to say? It's like somebody added that on as a pet project, but it really misses the focus of what the RDA was supposed to do.
And I recognize that. And I think that is why we have that benchmark in there, that look, if this, as you put, kind of this offshoot project, if it doesn't materialize, then, you know, our focus is still going to be on the Main Street area with that $15.5 million budget. And if this project does come together, I mean, it adds that extra, you know, $60 million or $70 million incremental value to the area.
Another concern I have, and I think it's a nice buzz phrase and kind of warms the cockles of your heart, to have affordable housing, which is code for low-income housing. My gosh, we've already got a homeless shelter in Midvale, and you could probably take half the city and call it low-income housing. Do we really need more low-income housing in Midvale?
So we,
Could I maybe address that before you, Cody, a little bit?
Yeah.
I was looking at this not so much as affordable housing, but I was looking for it as workforce housing, which I think is a little bit different in the sense that the housing is not a Section 8 subsidy type of housing. And I think given the value that the price that will have to be paid for ground in this area, I think it will be a little higher end. But I like the word workforce service housing and not so much affordable housing. I think sometimes we get confused that when we hear affordable housing, we automatically think that it's low income. But as I have had these discussions and looked at the market, what I'm finding is that it's not a high-end market rent where you get a one-bedroom unit and you pay $1,400 for that unit, but it's a unit that an individual that makes $40,000 to $50,000 a year can afford to rent, and that's kind of where I saw the difference in it. So I just wanted to add that to it. And I've also seen that in other downtown areas where you are trying to do a housing type of product, you usually find a little higher end than just a Section 8 affordable housing unit. So I just wanted to add that in. That's what I looked at in my review.
Yeah, and I would counter that by saying there have been a lot of apartment units constructed within the boundaries of Midvale. And once you get into those more than about 15 to 20 years, the project deteriorates and they become a real blight to a neighborhood. And so that one, I really question the wisdom of that.
Cody, did you have a response to the housing?
Yeah, I would, just to add on to what Randy Sant was saying, these are, not large apartment complexes. I mean, there's not even the space in the main street as far as, plots goes and vacant lots. These would be, small studio apartments or one bedroom apartments above commercial uses. And so the bottom floor would be commercial, would be an office or retail. And then the top second or third floor would be residential. And it would be, it would be 80% area medium income or targeting different.
So you're talking something similar to what you have at 21st South and Main Street.
Much of that, yes.
In South Salt Lake.
Yes.
Okay.
So aren't we talking, oh, sorry, was it someone else?
I was just going to say, did you have anything else? Okay, and then it was, is your comment to this specific item? Okay, and then Holly.
Well, I'm just saying, aren't we talking about this because it's in our policy? I mean, that's why we're talking about this. That's why it's in here, because we require that in our policy.
Yes.
Okay.
You don't require it, but it is a positive. If it's part of a project area plan or budget, I guess it's on the positive end of the scale.
Yeah, and I mean, in my mind, I'm thinking it's a few units. It's not like a whole giant, I mean, just kind of what you were saying. It's not a giant complex. It's going to be a few units here or there if we have the need for it.
Right. Like a developer would put in 5 units and we would work with that developer to subsidize 1 or 2 of them for 10 or 15 years. Something along the lines of that.
And then if I'm not mistaken, according to state law, every CDA or RDA is required to set aside funds for housing purposes.
You're correct. Depending on, I mean, it's alphabet soup,
Right.
how far you go back, but yes, it's between 10 or 20%.
But they are required to set aside funds, but it doesn't mean that those funds have to be spent inside the boundaries of the RDA.
Right, right, yeah. Okay, Mrs. Nygaard.
Which my question kind of goes along with that. Randy mentioned we would need to, he recommended we create a reasonable time frame for the larger $60 million investment. And I'm wondering, what's your recommendation, Randy, on a reasonable time frame? You mentioned 8 years, but I'm not sure if that was in relationship to that $60 million funding or not.
No, what I was talking about, the agency's budget showed, or what they talked about was that they believe they can create a large portion of this new assessed value within an 8-year build out.
Okay.
What I was talking on the office building, that would be something separate in that you would put a provision within your interlocal agreement that would indicate that the office building has to be undertaken or substantially completed within X amount of years after the first trigger of increment. And I think in my recommendation, I was thinking that a reasonable time for that would be within maybe that 4 years after the triggering of increment. They have to have started or substantially completed that office building. And I think, if I remember right, Cody, I think you've already in your interlocal agreement got a date proposed for that to happen, if I recall.
Great. I like that
The
better.
other thing-
A shorter time
One
frame.
other thing I wanted to mention about this affordable housing money, I think you could make a requirement that the 10% housing money that is being collected within this project area has to be used within this project area, so that you know that the money going in is being used. If that were a concern of the district, you could certainly put that requirement in your interlocal agreement that they use the 10% within the project area, if that was something you felt strong on.
Or it might make sense to stipulate within the project area or specific to a project that benefits the school district employees' housing situation.
And in the
And that's why I
interlocal,
recommended
yeah.
that one of the recommendations is that they come back and collaborate with you on what they're proposing to use that affordable housing money for, that 10%, so that you knew what their plan was and kind of what their projects were that they were looking at.
In the interlocal, to Holly's question, we have March 1st, 2025, they have to either have completed or at least started the big building, yeah. Clarine?
So I have a lot of concerns about this. I'm along with Mont. I'm looking at the map. I'm looking how long Main Street is. It's not a very long Main Street they were trying to fix down there. And then the whole red area, there's people living in that space. And so you don't want to dislocate them, but you will locate them, but you don't, so relocating other businesses for other businesses or relocating people, but it's so unpredictable right now. The economy is unpredictable, COVID's unpredictable, the cost increases to build things so unpredictable. Low income housing, well, on the corner of Center and 78th, I just moved some children who were in that low income housing at $900 a month. That is not a low income housing. And so what is low income housing or affordable, what do they call it, workforce service housing? Because that was a 1 bedroom. And then we're talking about, well, we'll help those people out by letting our teachers live there. At $50,000, you're not going to be able to afford a $2,000 apartment with 2 or 3 bedrooms that are above a business. So, and then, my thing is about money and kids. It goes to the kids first. And I get that we have a return on this, but our budget's not predictable. We already ran into that this year with budget problems, not problems, but budget concerns with what happened with COVID and what the federal government's going to pay and what the state's going to pay and what they're not going to pay and how many employees are not going to have health benefits for COVID here soon. We have no idea. And then the police presence down there on Center Street and Main is always down there. And so what's going to happen and how are you going to bring in people who already knows there's a huge police presence there? And part of the reason we moved our kids out of there was because there was 2 shootings right on that corner. And so how are you going to, and I guess that's none of our business, but it is, promote this, support this, change this environment, as well as change the look of that Main Street. And I get that you can put businesses in the bottom and people on top. Because that was something my son sat down there and said that should be done and could be done and dreamed of doing, because it's a community place. But I just have so many concerns about where we are. And it sounds like, and I know maybe it is, or it's not, but it just sounds like maybe we can do this and we're going to try to do that. And we don't even know, do we know who's building this office building and how many offices it is and what kind of business they're going to bring in at all down on 7200? And I'm with Mont. That's like kind of a long ways away from Main Street. I mean, like, can we bring it further towards 7200? I mean, 7800 instead of clear down on 7200, or we don't have any acreage there? It's a lot of babbling, I'm sorry, but just a lot of thoughts and concerns.
Okay, is there a response to that? And then Mr. Wrigley and then Mrs. Neubauer.
So to your first concern, what is the definition of affordable housing? I believe in Utah, it's defined as 80% of the area median income, and that would be specific to Salt Lake County. And Salt Lake County, in their policy guidelines for participating in interlocal agreements, it states that they want to see affordable housing for targeted groups, including 80, 60, and 40% of area median income. And that's all, sorry, to dive deeper in the definition, it's 30% of your household income directed towards housing. And whether that includes utilities or not is debatable, but that's the general definition. And so 900 for a 1-bedroom does seem steep. And so the county does direct us, and we will walk, hand in hand with the county to try and create affordable housing at different affordability ranges, including 80, 60, and 40%. As far as displacement, that is also something that, not just the school district, but also the county is concerned with. And as I said, we're going to study the issue, see how many people are actually in renting situations, and do what we can to keep them there through revolving loans and by creating more housing stock along Main Street. And in addition to the revolving loan can also be for relocating within Main Street. And then the development of the office building on the north end, that's mostly been our economic development director, Chris Butte, that's been working with the developer on that. And I can talk to him and see what information I can provide to you at the next reading.
Okay, Mr. Wrigley and then Mrs. Neubauer.
Okay, I appreciate the additional information. It answers a lot of my questions. It also causes a couple others. It looks like majority of the money we have is the parking structure for this business. We have done parking structures. Most of the parking structures have been joint deals like Mountain America or Front Runner or the Point in the Mountain, where we've done joint deals where the ski can use it and stuff. And so it's benefited not only the owner of the building, but it's benefited the community at large, which to myself makes it a little bit easier. It looks at this point, because that was a question I was asking last time, where's this parking going to be, and can we use downtown, use the parking? I don't think anybody's going to walk from downtown up here for the parking building. And I sort of got that question. So I questioned the second part of it. So I go back to the first part. I really am a supporter of Midville and downtown. And what I'm hearing Randy say is that if something's not done, it'll probably become blighted. And that will decrease the property values in that area, and it will cause additional loss of revenue for the district. And we want to beautify your city as the rest of the cities around there freaking grow. I think if we beautify the city, it's going to make it beneficial for other businesses around the area to say, oh, we're going to come in here without asking for parking structures or enticements or whatever. Randy, my question to you, Randy, is if we don't go with the parking structure, but we go with the Main Street, is it still beneficial for the district? If we go with, I mean, support that and maybe even increase it even for mainstream, so we can actually do something within the mainstream redevelopment that would actually bring in enough revenue to make it worthwhile, so that we could increase that, provide more housing down there. I mean, we're getting sort of a catch-22. We have people around there that are low income. We put this nice place in here, redevelop it so that people want to come in. It may displace people because of that. But if you don't do that, then the whole area becomes blight, and then so you're really, just nothing to do. So Randy, if you take out the office building parking lot, does this work financially for the district's benefit if we do consider the CDA for Main Street?
Let me answer that question in two ways. First of all, both budgets, the primary budget has a parking structure in it. It's about a 5.8, I think, if I remember, on that. Now, that parking structure would be similar to what you would see in the Park City area.
Yeah.
In their Main Street.
For downtown,
I believe, yeah, for the downtown. So that parking structure is going to be used within the Main Street area, and that parking structure is going to be used for businesses that would be located in that area. And so in other words, what we're saying is, if you put a parking structure in there that everybody can use, what it'll do, you have a number of lots right now that are being used for parking, which is a terrible use for that lot, when you could put that lot on the market and put an actual building, whether it be an office building, whether it be a commercial building that will have maybe 2 or 3 stories that will accommodate the residential, and then there'll be an adequate parking for that use as well as other uses within the Main Street. The other bigger budget, which is the office building, has another parking structure which is just for the office building itself, and maybe some other uses that might go around that. So to answer your question, if they don't do the office building, then you're not going to build that office building structure. And that drops that budget from 27 million down to the primary budget, which is 15 million, of which there is money in that budget for that parking structure that would benefit the businesses along the Main Street area. In my opinion, if you don't build that parking structure, you're not going to be able to accomplish getting all of the value you want, because you're still going to have people that will be using other lots for parking. So I think if you build it I like the primary budget. I really do.
Yeah, I do too.
Primary budget
Yeah.
is the one that had a parking structure in it.
Yeah.
But you would need that parking structure, in my opinion, to
No,
accomplish
I'm not anti-parking structure. I'm just basically questioning it. I sort of see it as a all or nothing, or if we sort of made this and crafted it, I would feel more comfortable in spending the money to put a parking structure downtown, redevelop downtown, and then see what happens as far as a private industry trying to get a parking structure, rather than using taxpayer money for the parking structure that's only going to be used for the benefit of that one. I mean, even in Shields, when we put Shields in, all the outlying area we got money from, increased our revenue. I mean, there was benefit for
the Habit Burger and whatever.
Yeah, so I mean, this is, I
Lululemon,
like that, it's a unique, and they were doing redevelopment. I agree that without our partnership and the City County's partnership, it probably wouldn't happen. And we really do need to make this a beautiful city and give you all you need to do and make and redevelop that area. I'm just not really excited about the second parking structure for a private company.
I
And
think
that's what I was asking, was that feasible then under the smaller $15.5 million? Are we still going to be economically feasible?
Yeah, so on Randy's slides, the smaller number, the 250,000 annual benefit is just the parking structure along Main Street. And, the net NPV over the 20 years would be the 2.8, almost 2.9 million over, again, that's just the smaller one. Again, the bigger, as Randy mentioned, if they don't build the building, you're not going to have that parking structure on the north end. So That's where the bigger number come in. We do like that more. Obviously, that brings in more value. But, but if not, there's still a benefit to the district.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that 50 million could be increased and still be beneficial for both of us, so that we could actually do what you need to do in that area in one thing. I just question the separate parking garage for a private business. I mean, that gets us into people wanting to, but other businesses and needing a garage with that comes or parking structure. So anyway.
Thank you. Mrs. Nybauer?
I agree with Steve when I was reviewing the slides before I came today. The most impactful thing for me was what happens if we do this, and what are the repercussions if we don't. I feel like Clarion asked some really good questions when she's talking about how do you help clean up the area. It's things like this that do it. This is how we reclaim it. There's a dramatic example actually in Cleveland, Ohio, where I lived years ago. Long ago, the history is it was Millionaire Row, and most of the millionaires in America lived there. It's Euclid Avenue. And then everything got subdivided, and it was actually, the Plain Dealer newspaper said, this is the example of urban decay in America. It was not a safe area. I recently went back about 6 years ago with a couple of my oldest kids, maybe 5 years ago, and I could not believe the comeback. And they had a huge project, and you can Google it and read all about it, but it was projects like this where they reclaimed and they started with businesses, and it's amazing to go back there. It honestly brought tears to my eyes. What's happened to that city? And it starts with projects like these. And if we can reclaim that, and if we don't, it is true, the project value continues to go down. And so I think this is a great use of funds. I think that this does help the district in the future. And I think the points that Steve brought up were good. I'm talking about the office building part, but I understand what Randy's saying, and I am comfortable. I do like his recommendations about saying, hey, by 2025, we need to see that's happening. So with that office building.
And then just to kind of address your concerns about the office building portion, I would agree with you that the $15.5 million budget, I mean, that is very community focused. We want to put in a parking structure for small businesses along Main Street and for residents along Main Street. We want to support the arts there. We want a revolving loan. It's all very focused on the community. And then we have this other parking structure that's a private benefit. And I think the reason that you would consider it is because it's an additional $70 million in incremental value, and that brings more tax dollars to the school district. And if it's your decision if you wait and say, I just don't feel good about that private benefit, even though it will bring additional tax dollars, I don't think it's worth it, or maybe you think it is worth it. So
Well, I just probably asked the same question we asked of other ones is, will this be built without that money? Will that office building eventually be built without this money?
No.
Because that's some of the biggest questions there.
So do we know who's helping build this office building? Do we have somebody who's coming in and saying, hey, we'll build this office building if you put this?
Yeah, so our economic development director, Chris Butte, is working with the developer. And I said I can bring in additional information on the third reading about that project.
Because back to what's been said, I go back to I'm leaning towards helping Old Town, if that's what you want to call it, Midvale, and the development there, and you have to have the parking structure there because you can only park so many people in that little teeny street. As a matter of fact, there's places so you can park on that street that you have to go around behind the buildings to be able to park. So if you're trying to build businesses there and you're trying to build, the community being the center there, then you got to be able to get people in and out of there. And so if we help do the one for the office building, then who's going to help do the one for the Main Street? Who's going to do that one?
So yeah, that is included in the budget. And when we negotiate with the developer, of the larger office building parking. We wouldn't sell the farm, just to get that. We would participate a portion to make it feasible. But obviously we would not, we would make sure that we have revenues requisite to achieve our main focus is along Main Street.
If it's helpful, I wanted to also just maybe add two quick things. The budget, which we're talking about with the bigger budget, the $27 million budget, which includes the parking structure for the large office building. I can tell you right now that the money that the agency has budgeted for the participation of the taxing entity will not, and I repeat this, will not cover that entire cost of that parking structure. I am involved in a project in South Salt Lake where an office building is being built and a parking structure is being built. This office building is approximately the same amount, well, it's actually smaller. It's about 180,000 square feet. And the budget for that parking structure was figured at about $16 million. And that has now gone up to $29 million because of the cost. So I think one thing to keep in mind here is while the agency is asking for some participation on that parking structure, I can tell you from experience that that parking structure will have to be paid by the developer, or they're going to have to find some other money to cover that cost because it will not be totally covered by the request that's being asked by the agency. And I also want to just concur, if that office building does not happen and you don't participate at that larger budget, you can see significant development occur within this project area at the smaller $15 million budget. So I think there's a win-win here. If they can't get the office developer, then obviously there's no participation on a second parking structure. The budget drops down to a total budget of $15.5 million, of which the district's participation is about half of that. And you still will see significant development happen within this project area, with or without that office. To me, the office is kind of the Cadillac, because if an office building is built, you'll see higher wage jobs, which means there's more income tax paid off of those jobs. So to me, it's just kind of a Cadillac approach if it can happen. But if it doesn't, I think the project will still be very successful at the lower budget.
Okay, Mr. Millerberg and then Mrs. Oaks.
Yeah, Steve sort of asked the same question I was going towards. And the question is, if it were not for an RDA, would the project happen? For the lower budget, $15.5 million project, I am here to say 100% positive nothing would happen. It would continue to decline in value. Our revenues as a school district from that property would continue to decline. And so I'm behind the Main Street redevelopment 100%. Move to 7200 South and 7th West, the site of the proposed office building. You are across the street from what has now become Midvale's restaurant area. You've got Top Golf in the neighborhood. You have Overstock.com is in that area. You've got a lot of commercial business taking place just on the other side of 7th West in the Jordan Landing area. Somebody's going to have to put me in a half Nelson, maybe a full Nelson, to convince me that that property would not develop on its own without having an RDA or a CDA.
Well, I'll take that on. And I wrestled in high school, but I was really bad. So
I'll bet we're in different weight classes. If I get on top, you're done.
So the Jordan Bluffs area and Bingham Junction projects areas, they were tax increment help bring in those businesses, help bring in the Overstocked, the Top Golfs. I guess there is an argument to be made that now that those amenities are there, we don't need to offer any more incentives. If you build it, they will come. It's built, they're going to come. But I don't believe that an office, a Class A office to the scale of what we're being proposed, the 300,000 square feet of Class A office space, I don't believe that it would be feasible in that area without support of tax increments. And so if if we do decide on the $15.5 million budget, I guess time will tell. But I don't believe that, from my experience working in economic development, I don't think that would take place.
So other than you telling me your opinion is that it wouldn't happen, there's nothing out there as far as substantiation to back your opinion.
So I can tell you that the other offices that we've been involved with in Midvale have required support of the office complex, the parking. So CHG, they're looking to expand, and we're working right now on a deal to support that expansion, and we're supporting them with parking. The Zions headquarters, they came into Jordan Bluffs because we're offering them support with a parking structure, and so. It does seem to be the key that brings in the large office buildings.
Well, maybe I can just interject there a little bit about that, because the problem you have with any development that requires parking structure, when the developer starts putting the money, the budget together and pencils rents that can be obtained, and I think Midvale is probably an area where there are probably rents equal to what you might be seeing in downtown Salt Lake. Even with that, when you start putting in additional costs, parking structure does not always pencil. And I do not believe there's enough land, unless you were to eliminate quite a number of existing businesses and things, that you'd be able to surface park a 300,000 square foot office building. And so I have to kind of concur a little bit with Midvale. And again, I'm talking as an individual that has worked on other redevelopment projects where parking has come in. That seems to be the number one thing that a developer needs to have assistance on, because there's just no really return on investment. I mean, you can only charge so much for a rent, and with building costs running on a Class A office building, I'm talking about a Class A office building of around $300 a square foot, and you look at the rent you're generating, that's where they come in and ask for the participation on the parking structure. And I think I could pretty much guarantee the school board that on any development where there needs to be a Class A office building of over 100,000 square feet, and it's not 5 acres of vacant ground, there would be probably a request of the board to participate in that parking. It's a matter of numbers and a budget and what you can and can't pencil. And that's why the developers are asking for incentives and parking structures. And one of the things we might consider, and I'd be happy if it ever came need to do this, you could do an economic benefit analysis on that if we knew who it was and what was going on. And we could probably show, is there economic benefit that comes back for your participation on that, and other forms of revenues, income tax, things like that. But I can tell you from my experience, parking structures are things that developers ask for participation.
And I would just add real quick that it's the agency participating to support a portion of the cost, not all of the cost of the parking structure.
Well, and I keep hearing the topic of income tax being brought up. And it feels to me like somebody is making the bold assumption that the people working in this Class A office space will reside in the city of Midvale and pay, and those taxes will benefit Midvale. And I think that's one heck of an assumption. And the other thing is, I listened to Randy, and, for lack of a better term, Randy's our guy. He's working for us, not for Midvale's RDA. And so I have to put some credence in what he's telling us.
Thank you, Mrs.
And I appreciate appreciate you bringing that up because I do want you to know that I have gone through, and I just didn't take Midvale figures. I've gone out and we have looked at other similar developments within this county and compared their budget numbers with other projects of similar types. There hasn't been a lot of downtown redevelopment project areas within the county, but there have been some, and we tried to verify numbers and everything else. And I do appreciate that. I only made the last suggestion just because I know from experience that there hasn't been a developer that I'm aware of that has built a Class A office building that has a need for an infrastructure that hasn't gone to a redevelopment agency, whether it be in Canyon School District, Granite School District, Salt Lake City School District, or even in one case that I'm working on in a Weaver County School District that hasn't put in their budget a request for participation in a parking structure. And that's all I wanted to bring out.
Thank you, Mrs. Oaks, and then Mrs. Shield, and then Mr. Wrigley.
Thank you. I know there's been so much work done on this, and Randy, I particularly really appreciate all of your preparation and input on this. I would just like to, say that all of your suggestions that you've made, I feel very strongly that those would need to be included in the interlocal agreement. One of the questions I have with regard to the office building space, I am fairly familiar with that space down there. My husband works right in the heart of it. And I am curious, and I don't want to come across as insensitive, but I'm curious if you have Class A office space directly adjacent to a homeless shelter, how much of a deterrent that is going to be, or if that could be a possibility. And the reason I say that is I'm just thinking about what's happened with the Gateway development downtown and how much that has struggled in light of the homeless shelter down there. And I'm wondering whether or not that was brought into the analysis or the discussion. I'd also want to especially reiterate, in light of some of these concerns, that we do definitely have some sort of a report on an annual basis and the ability to really evaluate some of our positions or considerations on this project. I think it's going to be really important because this is going to be something that evolves over time. And another question I have is with regard to the Art Center. We're going to build this. Now, who's paying for that? Is it a developer paying for that? How are they going to make sure that that happens? A lot of times those types of projects are proposed initially, and then halfway down the line, that shifts and changes when they realize that there's not as much funding behind it. I'm curious what the plan is with that. I mean, keep in mind, I look at the Springville Art Museum and what they've done for the community of Springville as being phenomenal. And I recognize that part of where they get that money from is from state funding. And so I'm just curious how much you guys have looked into some of those particular details.
So the Art Center, the proposed site is actually the former Midvale City Museum. It's right along Main Street. So the city already owns the property. It was functioning as the museum. The museum is being located to the senior center across the street and then a block up. And so this site is essentially vacant and would need some minor renovations to function as an art center. And so funding is not a big concern for us because we see a pretty low cost to entry into that purpose. And then I believe you had a question more directed towards Mr. Sand, correct? Was your first part?
Well, I really am curious about like what the vision is with Class A office space next to the road home shelter. I think it's an elephant in the room. And, when Mont was showing me the map of where it really lays out, I think it's important for us to discuss in light of what's happened downtown.
So I can speak to that with some personal experience. I worked at the Gateway for 5 years. Before I came to Midvale City, I worked with Lewis Young Robertson Birmingham. They were municipal advisors, and I worked right there at the Gateway, and also lived about 3 blocks away at North Temple and 900 West. So very much right in the heart of downtown. And I can speak to the transformation that the Gateway underwent, and it was a shift in their markets. They shifted from retail to offices and entertainment. And I think that was a big boost for the Gateway. And the homelessness population was still there. Homelessness was still a problem. And the Gateway still made a turnaround and still succeeded. I can't speak to the last year. That's obviously a bit of a outside of the sample, but I think the market forces were such that, and I think the smart ownership of the Gateway contributed to its revitalization. And so I understand that is a concern. Do we really want a Class A office space and the road home to be that close in proximity to each other? And one concern that Midvale City has is I think predatory behavior towards lower income populations, and we don't want to put lower income populations in locations where they're apt to be preyed upon. And I think that improving an area where lower income people are is a benefit for them and not a detriment to business.
So I would be curious on getting Randy's perspective on this, because Randy, you've been doing this for 30 years and we're making this decision not just for us in the next 5 years, because I agree with you. Initially, when the Gateway went in, it was amazing and it was a huge revitalization. It was an area of the city that you never wanted to go into at night, right? Whether or not that still remains the case, I'm curious about what most recent data on that particular development is and how it's over the long-term perspective it's done, because we're looking at this decision for 20 years out, right? Anyway, I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, Randy.
I could look into that. At the time, I didn't really look at the location of the office building. I was just looking at basically again the numbers of the office building, and again whether or not the potential increment would be generated. I think that's one of the reasons why I'm making the recommendation that we make sure that in your interlocal agreement there is a set date that office building has to be under construction. And if it's not under construction or substantially completed, however we decide to word that, then that participation, that money goes away. There is no more money for that. I'm even recommending to you that it's a drop dead date, period. I said my recommendation would be that if it's not under construction, then the budget automatically drops from the 27 million to the 15 million. And if there's going to be an office development being done, then they're going to have to find another way of doing it, or they come back to you and make a hard case argument of why you need to participate on it at that particular time. If that's another, let's say that's in year 10 of the budget. Another thing I was thinking about, we could always require is that the agency can give us a developer pro forma that shows the cost of that office building, including the parking. It shows the revenue that's coming in off of that, and give us a justification of why we should be participating on a parking structure. Let's let the numbers prove itself. Well, right now, they don't have that because they don't have the proposed developer. They've had a discussion with a potential developer to do something, but we don't have a budget for that building. So another requirement we could put in there is that when the office building is ready to be built within that period of time, they can provide us that developer pro forma, and the agency or the district has a right to review that to verify that the tax increment participation is necessary for that office building. So that could be another thing that we could consider putting in the interlocal agreement. I think the location, and again, I'm somewhat familiar with that Gateway area. And I'm also familiar with the homeless shelter being built, that's been built in South Salt Lake. And that city did a master plan development of what ought to go around that shelter. And one of the things that they are encouraging, or well, actually three things they're encouraging, is they think there needs to be some office use down there. And they also think there needs to be some residential. And the reason they've looked into that that is because they want to have eyes on it. They've got a little different situation in that they have a river that goes next to that shelter. But they think having a residential population in that shelter would help with the overall development and the problems that you seem to have. If you have office users and people down there, it seems to take away some of the distraction that you sometimes have. So I can look into that. I'm happy to look into that and give you my opinion, but I did not initially because I didn't know where the location was until it came up in this last report. But we can look at that. But I could tell you that at least I can see from one city that has one that they're looking at a master plan in that area that would encourage some office and some residential development.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Schill, Mr. Wrigley, and then Mrs. Nybauer.
Okay, so I just want to thank my fellow board members. I think they've asked some really good questions, and I've just been listening to all of it. And I do think just overall, I really appreciate Randy and his recommendations. I agree. I think we should add all of those in, and also his latest thing with the office pro forma when they actually find a developer. I think that would be great. I mean, when I look at his slide that says the participation, non-participation, I mean, basically, he says that if we don't do it, that our property values are probably going to decrease. The area will be stagnant and decrease. So, I mean, I think I'm in favor of doing this and just doing it all, but let's just add a little more detail in our contract with them. And I don't have any questions. You're probably glad of that.
Thank you. Mr. Wrigley?
You know, it's been a long discussion when your presenters have to sit down. We do have a third meeting. We go another 2 hours then, possibly two. Just a quick question, maybe for both Midville and Randy, this is a unique time. With COVID, we have all these people going home. We also have at the same time a possibility of they're talking about and changing how we do work, more remote. Have we done an analysis to find out if that big a business space is actually going to be used in the future? I mean, this is because we got a whole bunch of these buildings that are being built right now, and I look at them going, I wonder in the next 5 years what our vacancy rate's going to be because we're changing the way we do business. Even after COVID, people are saying, well, we're going to probably be doing business. So I'm just wondering if they need that big a building or they go a smaller building or what's going to happen in that area. And I don't know if anybody's done an analysis on that. And then I'm done for the night.
Thank you.
I could let me address that to what I know. That's an excellent question, by the way. I'm glad you brought it up. What we've been looking at is we've been looking at the fact that we believe that people going back to the office will be something that will happen. What we do think will happen is we don't think that they'll be building as big of buildings or as much workspace. They'll be looking at other things. But with that being said, the state is beginning to see a lot of interest from a California market. And I think what I'm trying to say here is we may not, and that's why I'm also proposing the 4 or 5 years, because I think in the next year or two, no, I don't think you'll see a lot of big office buildings going on. But I do believe that that market's going to change within 4 or 5 years. So I think that there is going to be a need for the Class A office. One thing that Midvale's got going for them is the fact that they do have a lot of Class A office space. And I think that's a great location to put Class A office space. And I don't think, I know they showed you a location where they thought that would be it, but there could very well be a developer that may come in and approach the city that may want to build a couple of office buildings, maybe not one big 300,000 square feet, but maybe they'll want to build a couple of 200 or 100,000 square foot buildings, and they might be able to be built closer to the Main Street area. So I think the answer to the question is for the immediate, yes. I don't think you'll see a big need, but I think that will change within the next 4 to 5 years. That's my thoughts.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the comments that have been made. I know many of us in Salt Lake, when we saw the gateway go up, were disheartened with kind of what happened, and it received a lot of press. However, statistically speaking, I don't think we can really compare this project with Gateway. I think the only similarity is there's a homeless structure nearby, but Gateway was retail. And I think that was the problem, is that retail was calling upon patrons to come in. And then, of course, we have too many, statistically, too many outliers. We had a second big mall go up City Creek, right, which took all of the patrons away. And then we see what's happened to retail space in general with Amazon and things like that. So I actually think there's too many outliers with the Gateway project to really compare this, because we're looking at office space. We're not looking at retail space. So I think it's very different. And as our Midvale representative mentioned, and I've seen in the news as well, that once they started converting that over to office space, then there was some improvement. So I think those are kind of like apples to oranges. And I am in favor of this project, especially with the stipulations that Randy's talked about with the time clause, and how if we don't get it at that time, then it would go directly back to the smaller budget. That's all I have.
Okay, great discussion. I have a couple of thoughts that I would like to just add. On this idea of meeting a deadline for the office space and getting more information and stuff, is it possible? So the way I've read the plan is that it includes, you call it the contingency budget. And then if this part of the contingency, meaning the office space, doesn't come through, then it reduces down to the primary. So is it possible to take a look at it as the primary one? And if the office space comes to pass with whatever criteria, we want, the, what was it called? The performance, something or another. Anyway,
Yeah, the
more information, some benchmarks and some more information. And if all of that comes together, then we can add it on to the primary. Does that make sense? I mean, it's
Yes, it
kind of
does.
saying the same thing, but in a different approach.
Yes, that makes sense.
Anyway, I would like some information on that. And then also the Salt Lake County. And I think it was mentioned early in the discussion that there might be a recommendation that we add in the interlocal that if Salt Lake County doesn't have the same percent contribution, that we would want to look at that as well. And then my third point is, I like, the idea of percent and dollars and caps for the whole project, but I kind of want to know exactly what the limit of dollars of contribution would come from Canyons District. And I feel like that's something important. And maybe at this point, it's a matter of doing the math with the numbers you have. But what we don't know over the course of 20 years, if the local levies will be adjusted and raised, meaning more dollars are coming out of Canyons District into the project based on just a raw percentage rather than actual dollars. So those are my kind of questions and points. And I don't know that you need to answer them now because this will be coming back to us, but.
Okay.
Anything else, anyone?
We can.
Yes, Randy, go
make
ahead.
Sure that I was just going to say, in your interlocal agreement, we can make sure that we've addressed those questions. And one of the great things about having a cap in years is that in the event there are changes to the mill levy, that is taken into consideration, because you're either going to give them an X amount of dollars or you're going to give them years, whichever comes first. So if there is an increase, that means it gets paid off quicker. If there's a decrease, then that means that they may not get paid off. But we can address each one of those questions in the interlocal agreement.
Okay, so
that wouldn't be difficult to do.
So what you're saying is have a dollar cap and a year cap, and.
Yes, and I think they can give you the I believe Cody has the numbers of what the Canyon School District cap would be And again, that will be in the interlocal agreement. It'll be the school district's cap. It'll be 20 years. It'll be 60%. And there's also the ability that you can put in the agreement that they're not entitled to increases in mill levies for certain things. For example, if you were to increase your certified tax rate because you're bonding, you may be able to restrict that if you wanted to, but that's something that Leon probably knows a lot better than I do. But there are ways to restrict increases, but I've always found that if you have a cap in years, it protects you under all circumstances with that increase and decrease with certified rate.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I think the max
ahead, Leon.
is about 13.8 on the 27 million. So we'll get with Cody and get those numbers ironed out. But I do like that we show our participation cap, not so much the whole project. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not even going to try and recap all the requests for information, so I'm going to hope that you
I think we
guys
have-
got it all. But I think it would be helpful when you come back to and have a revised interlocal to highlight some of those areas that have changed and been added to and because of our discussion here.
Sure. We'll redline that out for you.
Anything else, anyone?
And
All
we'll
right.
have, Cody did tell me that Unified Fire, which is the third largest one, so us would be first, county second, Unified Fire is third. They have agreed to the terms. Is that correct? So
This 60/40.
60/40, so.
Okay, that's good
So,
to know.
yeah,
Thank you. Okay, so I guess that concludes our discussion on this item, and it will be returning to us. And board, I'll just remind us that even though when it comes back, it's a third reading, that does not necessitate action. If we're still not quite comfortable with it, we can keep discussing. Okay, thank you very much for those that have helped us out and provided the information and spent this time with us. Okay, next item is annual textbook adoption proposal. This is a third reading with action requested. And I will turn the time over to Amber Roderick Landward, Director of Instructional Supports Department.
Break or some deep breathing. We good? You can stand up, do a little stretch. I know that's what I need. I'm just here tonight to answer any final questions that you might have about the third grade science textbook that is up for adoption. Remember, that is the only textbook that was proposed a few months ago and would be proposed to begin implementation fall of 21. Yes, Holly.
We've been visiting a little bit. I loved the curriculum. I thought it was so fun. I wanted to do the projects myself. I kept reading. So I think it's very engaging for kids. As we talked about, my one concern is science is a chance for the kids in the classroom to use all their senses and have that hands-on learning that's so important. It helps us reach learners that maybe aren't as good with writing and other things. I did notice that there is a lot of writing and of course graphing and things like that are important in the scientific process. I noticed one that was designing the school garden, and I thought, oh, for those third graders, I want them to be able to plant little seeds in their classroom and watch it grow. So I want to ask you, how are we going to encourage our students and make sure we have the supplies necessary through the teachers that we can make sure we capture as much hands-on science learning as we can?
Really good question. And so I'll just take the opportunity to remind everybody that the textbook and the curriculum are the supports for the teachers to be able to teach the standards. And one of the exciting things about the standards revision for the elementary science standards are that they're organized around phenomena-based science, which, like we were chatting through email, it's really challenging to teach those standards without hands-on, without the equipment and the supplies to do exactly what you are mentioning, Holly. So while the curriculum certainly will support and guide how we can incorporate the different activities within the specific standards to teach the phenomena, I would anticipate our teachers bringing in even more hands-on opportunities with the supplies that they have access to. So just again, for everybody, the standards are organized to include, yes, writing, yes, sketching, but also so much lab work that we have to date not had consistently at the elementary level.
So then as a follow-up question, can we include that as a school district to encourage the teachers whenever possible? Because I did feel that overall it was a little bit heavy on the writing, and just I want more of that sensory learning for those children.
Sure. So we do a lot of that through our professional development and include those additional resources in our curriculum map. So as we continue to write those, and I can show you how they're organized in the 4th and 5th grade map, and we get feedback on that every year from our teachers to continue to supplement and add where they see those gaps. So I think that would be a really good place to embed that, and then just the ongoing coaching in terms of supporting the teachers with understanding those standards.
Awesome.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments on this one? Mrs. Arnold?
I wasn't here. I'm sorry. So my question is about adapting this particular textbook and material to the online learning, because we don't know what the future looks like with online learning, right? So does this textbook adapt easily for the teachers to put in the information, the videos, the experiments?
Really good question. We are fortunate that we have had some experience with that because we've adopted the 4th and 5th grade text and implemented that this year. So our online 4th and 5th grade teachers have been using the text. It comes with a consumable textbook, and so that has been helpful for our online teachers to be able to use, and students have access through their actual hard copy of the book. And then the digital resources have supported to some extent the lab experience. I think that the teachers have learned as they've gone in terms of how they can make that a more rich experience for our online students, and much of that is providing more videos, but also more guidance and support and adapting some of the labs with household items that the students may have access to in their homes to be able to have that opportunity.
So is there a particular reason, well, and maybe you already looked at it, but a choice between Foss and McGraw-Hill, why we didn't go with Foss?
I'd have to go back to the committee notes in terms of, I don't know, which one did you just say?
Foss, F-O-S-S.
I don't even know that that made the final cut, to be honest with you, Clarine. I'd have to go back and double check the committee notes. Again, we looked at the curriculum that most aligned to the standards and allowed the rigor of experimentation, teaching the phenomena-based framework.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, this item is third reading, action requested, and we have completed the process that was outlined a year and a half or two ago for curriculum adoptions. And so, and I'd like to make note that part of that process is having the text, the proposed text available for public review. And that has been accomplished, I guess, since early December it was available. And from the report in the memo, there was no feedback.
There wasn't.
Okay.
I even double checked to see if we had any phone calls or emails from any other addresses, if principals had called and forwarded information from patrons, and we did not have that. I'm assuming many patrons already have experience with 4th and 5th graders, and it's the same publisher that we proposed last year, so that could be why.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, with that, board, a motion is in order.
I'll make a motion to go ahead and approve the text.
Okay. Okay, thank you. We have a motion to approve the text, the proposed text for third grade science. And is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion to this motion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Just really quick, Nancy, is it appropriate? Any other feedback about the curriculum process? This is now the second year. Just while it's fresh on our minds, if I need to make any adjustments for the fall.
No, I think it's a good process.
Okay,
Thank you.
excellent. Thank you so much.
Okay, next item, 8C, approval of Glacier Hills Elementary School construction purchasing bid. And this is action requested. This is an item that the board has discussed and worked on for quite some time now. And Leon Wilcox, will turn the time over to you.
Yes, thank you, President Team. We'll try to get through this very quickly. Just as a preface, we always put purchasing bids on the consent agenda, but we just, the last several buildings we've built, we pulled those off intentionally just to go through the design and the bids overall with you. We just don't feel comfortable putting a $24 million bid on a consent agenda. So we want to spend a little time and go over that with you. But this is essentially what this is a purchasing bid. That is why we are asking for your approval tonight so we can move forward. Let me just go over a little bit of the building. Steve's been involved a little bit with our design here, but it's going to be a 2-story building, about 94,700 square feet. That's roughly the size of the new Mid-Valley, which was 93,000. Midville, the new Midville is about 92,000. So in that range there. It's on a 15-acre site. We separate, as we always do now, with the parent and the bus drop-off zones, 129 parking stalls. You see the number of classrooms and brain booster labs, the media center. Of course, the Yeti, the coolest mascot in the state. No doubt about that one. As the board approved quite some time, going on close to a year ago now, I think it was last April, combining Edgemont, Bellevue together into one school. You can see they're roughly, as a bird flies, a half mile apart up Galena Drive there. Here's the site layout of the school. It will basically sit pretty much right where the current Edgemont is. Okay, so that's why we've asked to move Edgemont out, over spring break. They will start down there on April 12th at the Crescent View building, but so we can build right on site. I think there's a reason why they built Edgemont right where it was in 1958 when it opened. And so that we feel like that's the best place for it. You can see where the playground and the drop-offs and the parking are there. Somewhat of a little wing design with this one, similar to the Butler Elementary one. But we really are excited about this. There's been a sea of asphalt up there on that east side forever. Cindy lives right by there. Cindy is excited about the Yeti nickname too. Should be said. Here's the layout of the school. The main entrance, again, I'll point behind you. There's the main entrance with my pointer and the cafeteria and the first floor. This is be the office suite here. Of course, a vestibule to get into the building as all other schools. And then, the kitchen back here and cafeteria divider between the two that we do now in all our schools there. That's the first floor. Of course, going up the second floor. Again, we leave it to the school administration how they want to design the grades or where each grade will be located. But again, you can see the classrooms in blue there. Here is an exterior look at the building. Some of the co-workers here in the district office who went to the University of Utah are not loving the blue, but glaciers, should be noted, are not red. But we do like the design there. I think it's going to be a beautiful building. It's going to be a beautiful building, beautiful addition to the community. Here are the bids we got. Again, we put it out for contractors. We do a 2-step process to make sure they're qualified as the first step, and anybody who's qualified can bid. These were the 5 who were qualified and then submitted a bid. You can see their amounts there. Hogan is the low bid. They were just slightly below Hughes. Again, we have a great track record with both of them. Hogan's done so many projects, of course, doing for us over the years, doing Brighton High now, but did Mountain Jordan, did Indian Hills, did Albion, and did Alta View, and I'm sure there's one or two more that I'm not thinking of, Corner Canyon as well. So we have a long track record with them. We appreciate all the work they do. You can see the other 4 bids going down the line there. Here's the total budget. Again, the architect fees that you've approved previously. The construction is the low bid, again, the 24.15. That equals out to about $255 a square foot, which is a little bit higher than we thought, but as you listen to Randy, office space is over 300. And as you looked, as he also mentioned, he's building, they're looking at a $30 million parking structure in South Salt Lake. That's, parking stalls, structure stalls are about 15,000 to 20,000 right now. So we think to educate kids for the next 50 years, I do feel like that's a pretty good bid that we got there. We will ask for you to approve what we call a contingency of 3.5%. That's for unforeseen expenses, such as landscaping, extra millwork in the classrooms, cabinet spaces, HVAC testing, and the like. And then we'll order the new furniture, roughly a year from now. We do tend to break ground. We'll probably have to have a virtual groundbreaking. I'll get with the new principal and Jeff and Kirsten, on when that will do that. But as soon as Edgemont vacates the building over spring break, we need to start right then. And then we'll have the building completed in July of 2022 and start a time for that 22-23 school year. So here's our possible board motion, or if you have any questions or comments.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox. Questions, comments on this? Mrs. Oaks.
Okay, Leon, bear with me, but I'm like looking at the plans and it looks like we're ripping out some mature trees. Is that what's happening?
We'll obviously try to save as many as we can, but some of them right in the.
They're right in the front, right? I was looking at it from the top down.
Probably have to go.
Bummer.
Yeah. But it's important to note that we are planning as many as we can to put back.
I was looking at some of the Google Earth pictures of it and it looks like they're really the only trees in the property right there in front. They don't have much shade, right? In the back, it's like not a stick of shade. So those poor kids, it's going to be hot. Yeah, it's not very glaciery, is it? Yeah.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay, this is an item that is listed as action requested, so a motion will be in order.
I'll go ahead and make that motion if it's okay. I motion to approve the awarding of this construction contract for Glacier Hills Elementary to Hogan and Associate Contractors in amount not to exceed $24,150,000. Also approve a district-controlled contingency amount of $845,000.
Thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Now, any discussion to this motion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion passes. Thank you. And
Yes, and just so the board knows, we have the Peruvian Park bid out right now. And also, we expect to bring that to you in the same type of format in one of the February meetings, either the 2nd or the 16th. And Union is also just went out. We will expect to bring that to you on the March 2nd meeting. So all 3 of these will get going at the same time.
oh, such a busy time when it comes to these building projects. And we appreciate, Leon, we appreciate you and the team and all the work that's gone into each of these projects. And this is exciting to see Glacier Hills moving forward. Okay. That concludes the items on our agenda under our business items. And so now we will next hear from the superintendent for his report. And then Leon, if you have additional information to report to us.
Thank you, President Tingy. So real quick, just COVID update. You're aware we're in the middle of our test to stay protocol now. Alta has done its first round of testing. Near 1,000 students and staff were tested. And just I want to say thanks to Dr. McGill, his staff, BJ Weller, Responsive Services, and our school nurses. They'll finish their second round of test to stay tomorrow. So it looks like they're on track to reach the 80% threshold, and they would remain open. And those that test positive would isolate for 10 days. Also, and then I can take some questions if you have any on that. Jordan High is also increasing in cases since, if you've noticed, since we've been back from the break, unfortunately, positivity rates in our communities is as high as ever, mid-20s. It looks like it may have plateaued a bit, and it might be coming down slightly as of today. But over the recent weeks, unfortunately, it's really shot up substantially. So Jordan High is at 26 cases, as you know, 15 in the last 7, and positivity rate is around 25%. So they are in the planning stage for test to stay, and they'll execute that this Thursday. So they're planning to attempt, hopefully with enough support staff, that they'll complete it all in one day is the plan right now. So hopefully that all goes well, but we're planning to do test to stay on Thursday. And then Draper Park Middle cases are up to 17, 9 in the last 7, and Draper positivity rate's been hovering around 26% since January 3rd. So we've moved Draper Park to, as you know, to virtual only. There's been some questions around Draper Park being over 1,500. If you remember, in the language, the intent was for high schools only, not for middle schools. Having said that, if that standard was applied to our middle schools, we only have one that's over 1,500. So that would also cause inequity in how that standard's applied. So, and not that may change. County and state health may consider including middle schools in that formula. As we know right now, Alta is only the 4th high school in Utah to do test to stay. And so it's still very, very early in that pilot. So Draper Park will move to virtual only and return to in-person on February 1st. So it's our goal always, I know people understand that, our goal is to keep our students in school as much as we can. And that's what we're trying to attempt. As I mentioned, though, unfortunately, right now, positive cases are increasing rapidly, and we're also vaccinating and doing all of those things to try to combat this evil pandemic that we're in the middle of. So that's where things are at tonight. Any questions on test to stay or?
Any questions, board?
Okay. Also, I just wanted to shout out to HR, Steve Diamond and his team. Also, Jeff Murray in IT. I don't think we realize just how important his work is in managing the software and the registration, and just how we're stratifying that by age and moving that up and down as people sign up or defer or decline. He's been just masterful in creating the software. So much appreciation to him too. So thanks. Holly.
I just wanted to thank you for making it happen, that we could be in the pilot program with Alta for the test to stay. I think the strides we've made there is pretty fantastic. So thank you, and thanks to the HR. And I was really impressed with what Jeff said about how our lag time was so much faster than other places. So thanks to everyone for all their hard work.
Yeah, if you were there that night, it really was, it was like clockwork. I mean, it went so smooth and people really didn't have much of a wait time and they got in and out. And so, yeah, all hands on deck, and we'll continue to do that every Thursday until we get everybody vaccinated. So that's the plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Mr. Wilcox.
Thank you, President. Just a couple quick things. We had just to report back, we had our bond sale on our 79 million that you approved the resolution back in December. We got a tremendous interest rate, 1.13%, or roughly 17 years. We felt very good about that. We also generated about $13 million in bond premium. So thank you to everyone who supported us with that. He also approved us to go refund our bonds from 2011. We can't do that until March, but we've started the process on that right now. Again, just big thanks to everybody in HR and the whole district for making our vaccination clinic run like it did. It was just a wonderful success, and just congratulations to Karen Sterling. You know, we're shocked to get her her retirement notice tonight, but she'll be missed. Karen and I go back to our time at Granite for over 20 years. So I just appreciate her passion. You know, Canyons wouldn't be where we are today without the passion of Karen Sterling. So we certainly will miss her, but certainly wish her the best of luck moving forward. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, time now for board member reports. We okay to start down on your end there, Clarine?
It's late and I'm going to make it really short. I just really want to to tell you how I appreciate everybody in the district. I know when the vaccinations started that, of course, you know, I'm in 2 different places and there were teachers who came to me that said, my wife got through that Canyons line like that. It was so smooth. It was so quick. It was so easy. And so I just really, really appreciate that we can do that. And that everyone put in that all those extra hours and extra time. And I know you are. I know it's like massive hours. I can't remember what time it was Thursday night that you guys got out of here, 10 o'clock, something around there. And so not only are you doing your day job, you're doing a night job that you're not really getting paid for. And I just, thanks isn't quite enough, but thank you for all that you have done. And that includes everyone across the board. And then also all the employees who are going the extra mile, the custodians who are still working all those extra hours, and the teachers who are working all the extra hours, and the lunch ladies who are still giving out meals all the time for the people who are coming in to get the extra meals while they're being quarantined. There's just so much going on, and it's so much more than ever before. And so thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Neibauer?
I am just so excited to be here and be part of this district. I'm reading that book, Leadership in Turbulent Times, by Doris Kearns Goodwin, and she poses the question, is it the turbulent times that form the leader, or is the leader made for the turbulent times? And I think that could be said of Canyon School District. I have been so impressed as I've met with the department chairs, as we went to the pre-legislative lunch, and those that conducted that meeting, Jeff and Susan and Charlie, and how wonderful that is that our district does that. And I was able to have good conversations with Molly Hart and Robert Spenlove about digital citizenship. I think it's pretty neat. I think the spreadsheet we were given about the legislative bills that we're looking at and be able to follow that's impressive and amazing. And we're rolling out a pilot test to stay. So I'm just thoroughly impressed with our district for the amount of work and passion that goes into these schools and to our kids and to the teachers. So I want to thank everyone for that. I really do feel privileged to be a part of this. I really enjoyed the USBA conference and wanted to extend a congratulations to Amber Schill as the new president. There were 2 takeaways from that I'd like to share tonight, especially in light of some battles that our students are having with mental health. There was one by Coach Kiane Sitaki, which I loved. He went through and told this poignant story about when he was 12 years old, how his dad took him to clean this building and he had actually been fired, and talked about the importance of optimism and how kindness matters. And kindness is being tough enough to walk away from the fight, to show up and be responsible. I appreciated that. And then our President McKay, who said optimism is vital for him. That it's, you know, it's not just something we hope for, it's essential. I know at Draper Park Middle, I had a discussion with our principal there, that we have a mental health issue that was flagged by the Chromebook search that I know BJ Weller has talked about with responsive services. I'm grateful that we have these things in place, and I'm grateful that as we head to our roundtable discussions this next month, that we can really look at how we can provide better for our kids whose lives have been so disrupted. I'm grateful that we have the testing for the athletes and those that are participating in extracurricular. I've attended over 16 games just in the last 10 days of Corner Canyon basketball and going across the district, how great it is for these kids to be able to get out there and have physical exercise and do the thing that they love. And we were able to get that initiative started with the testing for them so they can participate that way. And I look forward to being able to do more of that for our kids so that we can create those social experiences that they need, and those, physical exercise and outlet and all of those things that are so important that contribute to the student life. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wrigley.
I continue to be amazed at what this district continues to do. Again, legislative lunch was fantastic. I think we had everybody there. Maybe we've lost one state school board member who couldn't show up, but that's unusual to get that many people there. Of course, we're all socially distanced, which was hard to look forward at everybody and talk. I attended the vaccine clinic, and it actually sort of brought tears to my eyes. Not when they stuck me, but just the organization, and to see all of our staff there who were not even getting shots, risking their health to be there to help me get my shot. That just touched me. And they had Fritos, which are my comfort food from my childhood. So they had Fritos for me. How they knew they needed to have Fritos, I don't know. Again, the test to stay thing, man, I'm really looking forward to see how that does. And I'd love to see our numbers of the 2,000 people we test. We'd love to see those numbers, because that really tells us if we only have 10 or 15 people or 16 and we kick 2,000 kids out. Wow, 4 out of 1,000. See, I mean, that just sort of shows that how safe it is, but how crazy it's been to kick all these kids out for only 4 kids. So, I mean, it's well worth the amount of money and as far as education. I just really want to express my gratitude for your vote of confidence for me to serve another 2 years as your vice president. This has been an honor for me. It's been challenging during the last 2 years, but it's really been an honor for me. And as you guys were taking your oath of office, I basically renewed my oath of office to say that in the last 2 years here of my term, that I'm going to continue pushing as hard as I can, and give my all. I'm going to go on coast. And my last comment is, I really appreciate my opportunity to serve with Amber. She has been amazing working in the presidency. She has gone 110% constantly. My gosh, just the amount of time she's done, and the care and the love, and as she thinks about things and she puts that together, she really has cared, and I will miss working with her, but I'll continue my association on the board. So thank you for all you've done.
Thank you. Mrs. Schill.
Okay, I'm going to be quick, and I just want to say thank you to Karen Sterling, and she really will be missed. I don't know what we're going to do without her, but I really do appreciate all she's done for our district, and I congratulate her on her award. I also just want to say thank you for those who are just elected to leadership. I appreciate you guys being willing to serve, and I really did think feel it was an honor to serve, and I did enjoy it, but I'm also okay letting other people serve. So thank you, and just thank you everyone in the district. And just like everyone else has said, I'm just amazed by everything that's happening, and I'm really optimistic for this year. And let's just hope we're off to a good start. Let's keep going with that. Let's hope that happens. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Oakes?
So I want to start out with talking about the USBA conference. I thought it was great. I'm so grateful we moved forward, even though we couldn't be in person. And it wasn't quite the same as being able to see all of those people that you grow to love over time, but it was wonderful. I appreciated the pre-legislative luncheon, even though I had to listen on the phone. It was wonderful to hear everyone and hear their contribution. And I can now recognize those legislators' voices. So I knew who was talking. It was great. I really love the opportunity to be part of the and sit in on the Student Advisory Council meeting. Those students are so awesome. I feel like they're just an incredible group of kids who really want to offer their perspective and input. And I love seeing how they become more and more open over time and comfortable with sharing their raw perspective. And it helps a lot. I want to take a moment to thank the board leadership that has been functioning. In recent conversations, I've been just kind of asked them more candidly about how much time it takes them. And I think a lot of us members on the board have no idea how much time they've been spending behind the scenes, probably about an additional 15 to 20 hours a week, right? And very unselfishly so. And I, like, when I think back on the whirlwind that the beginning of school was, that to think that on top of all the time I was spending, that you had an additional 15 to 20 hours on top of that, and probably more. I just want to tell you, I am profoundly grateful for that service, because I recognize it's a service. And Nancy, you in particular are somebody that I have unbelievable respect for. I appreciated what Mont had to say with regard to being worried that you're one person away from a majority, and where his concerns are with having two vice presidents. But I do have to say this. Under regular circumstances and regular boards, I can absolutely see from a philosophical point of view why that could be a concern or a problem. But I have to tell you, I've never, ever once worried about that with you. I feel like you are somebody with incredible integrity, and you are a silent giant. And this district would not be what it is without your service. So I feel really honored to serve with you, and I have huge shoes to fill. And Amber, you're going to be an amazing USBA president. I'm really grateful that you're going to represent us up there. And just as a final word, I really want to thank Karen Sterling for all of her help. There are very few people who love kids that are in those tough circumstances more than Karen. And it absolutely shines through. And we've been lucky to have her service. And she's going to be a very, very difficult person to try and replace. So.
Thank you. Mr. Millerberg.
I think I'm going to take this thing off just while I speak, so it's a little clearer. I'm going to take a little bit of a different approach. Tomorrow, a new president of the United States will be inaugurated. We've heard it on the news for 4 years. We've heard it probably even beyond 4 years, how divided our country is, how polarized we've become. And as I look at that, to me, the saving grace that our country has is we have a document that very, very clearly describes how our government should run, what the separation of power is, what our Bill of Rights is, and how transition of power takes place. I know I'm way, 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 way early on this, and it's something that I've tried to bring up on a yearly basis. But who in here can tell me what September 17th is? It's Constitution Day. I am afraid that if we went into our high schools and asked our high school seniors to name 5 rights the Bill of Rights gives us, that I'll bet we would not get 50% of our high school students that could tell us what 5 of our rights are, guaranteed by the Constitution. And I just want to throw out a challenge now. And I know this is going to put us into the next school year, that we put an emphasis on our Constitution and what it means to our country, and make sure that our U.S. history classes are teaching Constitution, and that next September, any of us could walk into any of our high schools or middle schools or elementary schools, and something will be happening to instruct our kids about the Constitution. Okay, now I'll move off my soapbox. Most of what's been said I concur with. I had the 410 appointment Thursday at Mount Jordan Middle School. I was just absolutely dumbfounded that my throughput was under 30 minutes. And I was right at the front. I talked to a friend of mine that had a 7:30 appointment, and he said by 7:30, the district was running about 15 minutes ahead of schedule. You know, of course, we have to take our hats off to human resources, but I sure saw a lot of people there working really hard that weren't part of human resources. So I think that was a district effort, and congratulations. Could not have gone better. Of course, I have to congratulate Hillcrest High School and Midvale Elementary for earning Schools of Excellence Awards. That's a big deal. Karen Sterling has been mentioned a lot. You know, as kids, did you ever wonder if you were your mom's favorite? I want you to know that since 12 and a half years ago when the district was formed, I've always felt like I was Karen's favorite. Okay? I have never seen such kindness exhibited. I've never seen anybody work harder to bring a school out of turnaround status. I've never seen anybody more compassionate and loving towards the children, especially in the area that I represent. And you guys can all believe you were Karen's favorite. I want you to know I really was. Okay? And one of my New Year's resolutions, and I'm sure everybody is going to breathe a sigh of relief at this, was inspired by Karen. And I'll probably mess it up a lot, but one of my New Year's resolutions is to become a kinder person. And so feel free to jab me when I fail, because I know I will. This is a great place to be. I can't think of anywhere else I'd rather stay till 11:45 on a Tuesday night than right here.
Thank you. And the hour is late, so much of what I had in my notes to report on has been said regarding the events and the work happening here in the district. I'm just so pleased and proud to be associated with this district and the fine people. I just wanted to share one quick thing that I felt was an experience that shows the level of effort and quality teaching and providing experiences for students. Before the winter break at Butler Middle School, they celebrated an unveiling of a new soda flavor that was that was designed and developed by a middle school student. I believe she's in 7th grade now, but at the time was in 6th grade. And that was brought about because a couple of teachers had an idea and they knew someone and they put it together, and there's a bottle of real soda that was designed by a student in our district. And I just thought that was indicative of the level of innovation and achievement and desire to reach out and help and support interdisciplinary learning and all of those things. So, and I want to thank each of my board members for their kind words and for their support, but also thank specifically Mr. Wrigley, Steve, and Mrs. Schill, Amber, for all of the work that they've put in to support me and to support this board and the operations of this board. And I guess thank you is what I will say. And thank you to each of you. And unless there's anything else, wanted to just say, Holly, welcome. We made this one extra long and extra special for your first full board meeting with us. And so, but we're happy to have you alongside us now. So with that, I will call the meeting adjourned.